All right. Hello, everyone. Welcome back. Or should I say, konnichiwa, ira wa, no. Kore wa Maku desu. Irashaimase. Anyways, let's see. It's day 6, keeping the streak alive. And let's do a little bit of review of using our recall, our pure recall, to remind ourselves what we know. As per usual, nothing really out of the ordinary happened yesterday. Okay, so actually, let's do a little practice. Ko. We learned ni yesterday. As usual, we have references, so we could use our associations like ta, ni, right? And then if we know ta, right? It's a little extended, but that's fine. We're doing practices. We know ni, right? I think it's kind of like something like that. So like this. Ni. Oops, I missed one. I missed right? So it's ko, ni, chi, wa, something like that. And then can we do ko, re? Do we have re? We have ri, we have ra. We don't have re yet. No re. Yeah, no re. So let's put a space. Oh wait, I learned something. Someone told me this, or someone should use this. We're gonna put a big circle, just because we don't know. So kore wa. Now this wa might be different, because I did see that people use there's a chance it could be it could be ha, but instead it's, this is what I'm assuming right now, presuming, because I don't know enough, so I'm just teasing, looking at patterns. So wa, sometimes ha is wa, and we'll find that out. It's probably a katakana thing instead of a hirakana thing, but we'll see. And it's so kore wa, and then ma, right? Ma, ku, ku. Oh, we just learned ku 2 days ago. Ku, de. We have no de yet, so no de. So, there. Kore wa maku desu. So we're missing two kana at the moment with any type of combo or variant, right? We're not taking into account combo or variant. This is just an exercise. And then irashaimase is something I remember. Irashaimase is welcome as far as I am concerned. And it's more of a come in kind of thing, right? And we cannot, yes, again, Turnus, you probably miss what I'm trying to illustrate here. I am learning actively without knowing grammar particles. So instead of giving me the information, I will learn the information in that, right? But I am aware that I notice these patterns already, because unlike most people who keep saying that I look at the romaji, I'm looking at both the romaji and the hirakana / the katakana with the grammar. So I got another comment yesterday who someone watched day two without actually, if I had to take a guess, this person only watched like 30 seconds and assumed they know everything I would do in Duolingo, obviously. So they gave me the really big, I'm kind of getting really, I need to address this. It's not an emotional response, but more of a pragmatic response. Here's the pro tip. Turn off romaji. Romaji is like a really classic traditional input of, hey, you must force yourself to use kana. Now, here's the thing. I understand the thing about being ones versus zeros about the thing, but as a person who is an adult can integrate very, very quickly. So instead of trying to think that you, when you see romaji, right, on top, and then kana on bottom, or kana on top and romaji on the bottom, and then you do this subconscious flip, right, constantly when you're recognizing things. This is 18 years and younger strategy. So what you can take advantage of is you can look at both. You can look at both at the same time and associate them. So just the reason why this is relevant is I notice these patterns, but I can't explain them, right? But you already have to go, so that's but let's just keep this on the pause and keep on reviewing. Oh man, it's gonna be an uphill battle to talk about learning from day to day, but we'll see. Maybe after I learned all the hirakana most of like 6 months, I'm gonna give myself 6 months. There's some credibility. It's here's a helpful advice. I would say it's worth saying. It's not advice or constructive most of the time if it is not solicited. So I think one of the biggest things about learning oftentimes when it comes to being online and all that stuff is unsolicited advice is, I would say, 80% of the time non-constructive. And in a different manner, I would say 40% of the time it's destructive. So just to really drive that home, because I'm pretty sure I'm still going to get this pro tip about romaji being like an intermediary and then having like toxic comments on this is not Japanese kind of comment. Like, well, yeah, most certainly. I agree with you. This is not Japanese. But man, if you are leaving details that are deliberately designed to exist, that's your choice. Anyways, what Turnus dropped in and left a note before leaving is that I am well aware that ha is hiragana because I can write this. I literally think ha like this now. And wa is also hiragana because guess what? I can write it too, right? I can write it. I know the hira. So, but because I don't know the relationship between these two, grammar or not, it could be hitakana, and there is a very good chance there's going to be a related kanji that kind of resembles these two. The idea is learning is discovery. So when you see patterns, before explainers, this is probably my hot take right here. Video games are incredibly engaging because you can see patterns before the rules are observed. So this is what I call active learning. When you are passively learning is where I feel that most people rely on. They rely on passive information. So you're constantly thinking that passive information making a learner more and more passive. More passive would lead to active learning. That's just not the case. As much as I would love for people to constantly provide passive information, actively engaging in looking at patterns and stuff makes this a game. It makes it literally a learning process. In fact, sometimes I want to go as far as passive learning is being nice. I'm trying to be conservative by suggesting that people can learn very effectively with passive learning, but that's just not the case. It's active learning. Like being active mindfully is the act of learning. But I must acknowledge that a lot of people like to learn topics passively, which is having the information provided to them instead of using their observational skills. Anyways, so irashaimase. I only have ra, so we can do ra. Which one's ra? This is a question mark. Ra. I don't have what sounds like. So since I don't know the hiragana, I'm guessing it's something like sha, maybe even, or it could be like something like this. So irashaimase. There might be like a conjunction of tsu and ha. So maybe like a ha with a tsu, something like that. Irashai, and then there's another ma, say, and we got say, right? So something like that. And to me, making attempts like this is what I mean by active learning. So this is a good example of active learning. So yes, you might be calling, some people might say that's a waste of time. You could passively learn the right way. But I am not learning how to correctly. I'm not specifically, my goal here is not to correctly learn how to spell irashaimase. I'm trying to apply everything that I know so far to understand and be immersed in Japanese. So it's a very different approach, and I personally think adults work better, quote better, when you do things like this. Why do adults still play video games? Sometimes. Because they're still doing discovery process. Most certainly, this will slow down comprehension. And what I mean by slow down comprehension, I mean your Japanese pace might like slow down in semantics. So certainly, if your goal is to be like right? If you want to be like just like bolting and speeding to the end of the finish line, be my guess. Is it meaningful to you? If the answer is yes, then awesome. It's meaningful for me to have a slow discovery and immersing myself in the language, not bolting to some semantic hierarchy. In fact, I won't ever achieve mastery of semantics. I mean, kanji is semantics, and plenty of people are happy with that, I suppose. They might even drive themselves to a state that they don't preferably like. All right, so with that little side note aside, I do enjoy these deep cuts. Hopefully I get a bigger one next time. In terms of words, right? We learned some words. And can we kana those words? No, I don't have K, but I do have E. Keiki. Keiki. No, that's not that's ma. Dang you. So K, E. Oh no. No. It's oh yeah, it is. K. No, it's A. K. A. Keiki. I think that is, and then we can do, so we have no K. A. E. I think that's the Romaji, and then this is cake. So that's one of our words yesterday. And then oh no, I don't remember how. Like no. Oh no. Can I do the Romaji? Probably ka re curry. Yeah. So yeah, I still don't have this. This is A. Already gone over A. And ka, I'm drawing a blank on ka right now. We have this kana. It'll come back to me with some context. I need to associate it with a word. Oh wait, I have a word that I can associate with. Dang it. Alright, well, unfortunately. So, cake, curry. Is that it? That's all we learned yesterday? I guess we learned how to order stuff and greet. So I did my attempt at konnichiwa. And there's ma she mata ashita, which is see you tomorrow. And then ja ne. Oh, we just got ne. What was the way I could relate ne? Ne. Wa ne. So wa ne. Wow. I guess it'll come back to me too. I need more context. I was associating these two. Ta. And then ni. Oops. Ni. Right. Ta, ni. And then which is, then we have ha ge. Ha ge. So our four characters were ke, ni, ne, and u. Something like this. It looks like a nose, basically. Fu looks like a nose. Those are our four characters, and I guess we just have those. And then konnichiwa, mata ashita. Oh, there's no way I know. Do u zo yo ro yoro shku. So shku. That's a lot of missing kana. A lot of missing kana. So dojo yoroshiku, which is nice to meet you. Actually that's actually a little yesterday's the day before's segment. And then konbawa. So kon ba wa. Man, why am I? Oh man, I still can't associate wa. All right, well that's enough recall. Recall again still sucks. I am very under practice with recall. So let's look. Wa. Where is wa at? Oh, wait. I did do wa earlier. Oh, in konnichiwa, I did do wa. And then wa, since I know wa, I know ni, ne. Where's ne at? Yeah, this is my best attempt. Yeah, so I have associated wa with ne. So wa and ne are together. And then we already did ha and ni. And then ha and k. And then fu is just fu. Now, the reason why I'm doing this stuff is now, instead of associating ronmaji, I am associating kana. And the reason why this association is important is because when you're learning characters, especially pictorial stuff, so like for example, you don't have to use symbolism. Symbolism is something else. If you're drawing things or you're looking at images, right? When one is looking at an image. Have you ever done a spot the difference game, for example? Spot the difference game. Oftentimes, people don't necessarily practice spotting subtleties like nuances. So when you play a spot the difference game, you're looking for gross object differences. But a lot of times, the harder a spot the difference game is, you look for like these type of discrepancies. They get smaller and smaller, the discrepancy. So what happens is that a lot of times people become under practice in spotting differences. They stop observing the whole thing. Case in point, let's throw it back to the beginning. We're gonna put this in another deep digression. I think I'm gonna go in on this whole romaji and kana fiasco, in my opinion. The idea is when they are next to each other, they are no longer becoming associated. They are becoming detached. So what I mean by this is when you're an English speaker, you will see this and you won't see this. You won't see the kana under, even if the kana is on top and the romaji is on bottom, it still kind of do this, right? It's sort of tiny, but then it kind of deflects down here, largely because of subconscious, like intuition, conditioned companions. Instead of observing this and then observing this, and then you see how this is displayed, right? The kana is highlighted, and then the romaji is below, dimmed. So when you look at that, it's no longer, if you're being objective about it, it should still focus on the kana and less on the romaji. Now the idea of leveraging your intellectual leverage, right? Leverage that experience is the idea that you would probably know from experience what is an effective way to draw your attention to things. Alternatively, you could practice all of these and do romaji on top, kana on the bottom, the romaji is highlighted, kana is dimmed, then you do the reverse combination. The idea is learning about your strategies, about your learning process will reveal what works best for you. And I don't like using the word best, but in this case, this is what best, the word best is what most people resonate with because they talk about maximizing their efficiency. So in this case, what I'm doing is I'm doing both. So I can associate wa and ne, like this, or I can use kana. And then I use wa and ne to get the kana, and then I use the kana to get the romaji. The idea is, if you don't practice spotting the difference, you don't practice that skill. If you rely on similarities, for example, you can't spot the difference, especially as the nuance become closer and closer. Why is this important? Because when you're thinking about drawings have abstraction. And the problem with abstraction, which is some person from yesterday threw in their whole incredibly specialized description of the association. So when we talk about drawings, right? When we talk about drawings, we talk about abstraction. You pick someone up? I see. So when we talk about abstractions and drawings, the reason why someone yesterday dropped in to try to talk about the chicken or the egg question about meaning to, we're gonna say pictorial things, and it's back and forth. Like, does the pictorial thing impart the meaning, or the meaning imparts the pictorial thing, right? Because in this case, we live in between, where something is established already, one or the other. So I fundamentally disagree with that person's comment before, where they thought of it as unidirectional, where like, or actually they thought of it this way, where you have a pictorial idea and then you ascribe meaning to it. You can do both. You can go back and forth. The idea of going back and forth is to produce this exercise. You're exercising and practicing how to impart meaning, how to use meaning to create an image, or using an image to develop a meaning. The idea about doing this back and forth is it aids in languages, whether they are Roman characters or pictorial. And this comes with the idea of artistry, because when you're writing, it's actually drawing, in my opinion, because I'm doing both. I see characters as a form of drawing, because it's and then that meaning comes from abstraction. So when I take kana and go to romaji, and then I take romaji and go to kana, I'm practicing these are two separate skills in learning. Some people can get away with never doing this. Good for you. Some people never do this because of their goals. Excellent. I learn by doing all of it, because when I learn language, I'm not learning just Japanese. I am learning to learn. So when I have to teach someone when I learn to teach someone a new language, if I had to practice all the skills necessary to get someone to understand anything, the first thing you do in traditional education that I feel is myopic, and I get this comment all the time when it comes to learning, video games, all this stuff, it's always the advice. When people provide unsolicited advice, and it's incredibly telling if the unsolicited advice comes from someone who's not an educator, in my opinion, especially a modern educator. So where is this coming from? When you think of traditional advice, you think of one size fits all. So how does this relate to the whole people commenting? This is the most common comment, and it's absolutely informative. It's very important to me that this is the most common comment that I hear and I read. So I go online yesterday and I read about the comments and then did a little digging and try to grab and it's absolutely true for sure. However, I'm not here to reiterate the same thing that you can find anywhere else. Like if someone already done it, I would point you into the direction that that person is most skilled at. So when I hear turn off romaji, it leads to romaji being not Japanese. Obviously this isn't everyone, don't worry. If you're not in that group, that's perfectly fine. Turn off the romaji, not Japanese. It's a crutch. I don't know why I rolled the C for whatever reason. Not Japanese, because it becomes a crutch. And then oftentimes they talk about objectifying. So objective metrics, like what Ernest probably is going to say. Yeah, kana, romaji are different skills. I have noticed when interacting with native speakers that long sentences consisting entirely of romaji take longer to read compared. Yep. So you're going into objective metrics, which is volume, length, right? Volume and length. And this means the better way is the compressed way. So the greatest wonderful thing about pictorial representations, and I absolutely love it. It's incredible. That's why I love Asian languages, even though I actually literally don't read Asian languages. Well, I guess now I can consider myself partially reading something, the act of partially reading something. And then obviously, how does this relate to Japanese? Well, if you have kana, but more specifically, if you go hirakana, and then you add katakana, and then you further compress into kanji, you get compression. And compression looks like objectively fewer isolated elements, but really these fewer isolated elements are a compression of clustering. So for example, when people compare English, or aka the Roman characters, a person who's competent in Japanese, I would say, would think ta is more efficient than ta, right? This is the romaji. And once it expands, like you can even notice the stroke difference now, right? You can even notice the stroke difference now. But now when you expand it like really wide, like you get up to like 43 characters, right? Then it will be really noticeable because we're thinking about math now. We're thinking about objectivity. This could be like 100 plus characters. So yes, I would agree, objectively probably take longer to read, right? Definitely longer to read. And I'm sure Turnus is gonna go into the whole, okay, so romaji probably, I just saw a paragraph, so probably romaji has different systems, common things I notice, it's inconsistent, etc. Yeah, that's more objective stuff. I get it. Objectivity is awesome, right? So you probably said that. It's interesting to know that on Minecraft servers with native speakers, they're using Romaji, specifically the Nihonshiki. Yeah, Nihonshiki system. Duolingo uses Hepburn. Yep. And their sentences look like this. Yeah, fair enough. Got it. Yep. So this stuff, which I did read about yesterday, because I really wanted to get to the crux of how this relates to where I'm going, because I'm about to go to the punchline at some point. It takes me a while, because language is a process, right? And learning is a process, so it takes a really long time to explain. But I really love talking about it. So don't get me wrong. I'm not being annoyed or anything. I absolutely love this stuff. In fact, I'm probably going to learn Japanese slower and slower as we go, because learning Japanese, just as a disclaimer, learning Japanese is secondary. As much as this is going to sound really bias alert, hot take. If you learn how you learn, it doesn't matter how difficult something is objectively. It will inherently be subjectively easy. Just because you will have the utmost confidence in being able to overcome the barrier of learning. So that is my goal. I love Japanese for all it's worth, but it is nowhere near my goal of showing people and enabling people on how to define and redefine and iterate on their ability to learn. So let's go back to here. This is the punchline we'll eventually get to here at some point. So let's say, yes, this is longer, biased, and you can make sentimental arguments. Japanese people don't do this. They don't like read or write or understand this. That's perfectly fine. I agree. Absolutely. So, and then you can use standards like Japanese people does this. They mix kanji with kana to further compress. That's great. So what is their objective to compressing characters? Well, you want to be faster. Express more. Now, this is very desirable. I would agree. It's incredibly desirable, right? So somehow being able to read longer things, spend longer time using different levels of connection and association became a waste of time. And now we're going to go in my punchline. My punchline. Learning how to juggle anything is learning how well you can learn. So while Romaji is not Japanese, what are you practicing with Romaji? Well, if you don't have the goal of using this, then I absolutely agree with you. It's a waste of time. Absolutely. So I had a comment, right? This is the second or third comment straight that someone said, you learn Japanese better if you go to the settings right up here and turn off Romaji. Guess what? I agree with you. I agree with you 100%. But hear me out here. If you sit there and watched 40 seconds and immediately wanted to, hey Dewey, Dewey, sorry. Welcome back. If you decided to spend 30 seconds, if not less, and looked and wanted to see what you wanted to see, which is when I was doing a lesson, you saw Uromaji above kana, and you automatically said, oh, this is exactly all I see. He is going to struggle with kana. Okay? So what kind of person am I thinking of? How is this person learning? So my respectful response is that I really appreciate the advice, right? It is a very traditional and common comment to individuals who want to learn Japanese. I agree with that. However, before you only focus on what you want to see, which is exactly why you're giving that advice, by the way, this person is giving that advice because they have tunnel vision. They tend to observe what they want to observe. They focus on confirmation bias. This person clearly will struggle with the transition between Romaji to kana because they saw it. They saw what they wanted to see. That's perfectly fine, because if it's accurate, that advice will apply to most people. Well, guess what? I'm not most people, unfortunately. And it would have been very, very impressive. It doesn't hurt my feelings at all, but it would be very impressive to elevate my respect of the advice if they stayed a little bit longer and noticed that I spend nearly over half my other time associating backwards from kana to romaji. Because I believe, in my opinion, when you do tasks, if you go in both directions, Roman to kana, there are other skills involved in learning going both directions. Not for learning Japanese better. But I'm not doing that. I'm learning how to teach. I'm learning to learn things. If someone is struggling from going from uromaji to kana, and some snobby person, respectfully snobby, entitled snobby, because they spent a lot of time mastering Japanese, and they go to this person and say, you suck. Best way is to go cold turkey. Are you teaching them something? Are you helping them understand why they are struggling with this? You are not. I guarantee you, 80 to 90% of the time, you are not helping them. So, yes, it's not an insult. I'm trying to be as respectful as possible. When someone becomes really, really skilled, right? When you become super skilled, right? As skill increases, less and less people are in this domain. So when you psychologically spend all your time here without ever practicing, like practicing making mistakes, doing back and forth, doing waste of time, you can no longer relate to these people, let alone these people. Beginners in comprehension, and then intermediates, like some things here and there. And we're not talking about objective, we're talking about if they consider themselves beginners and intermediates, as opposed to thinking about how to objectively measure. So if you're here and you tell someone to turn off romaji instead of someone who practices this, I would say try romaji off and then turn it back on. Even this advice is far more constructive than this advice. Ask the person what they observed when they did this, and then ask them what they observed when they did this. This is what teachers do, in my opinion. And yes, I belong to this group when it comes to teaching. So other teachers might say, like, in here, I can't relate to those teachers saying, like, oh yeah, it takes too much time. Like, imagine having a classroom of kids. It's impractical to do this individual. I absolutely agree. So a lot of times I try to ground myself and say some of these approaches is unrealistic to expand to like thousands of students, because we're talking about individualized teaching methods now. You cannot so even deeper than this is when I choose to learn something, what I'm trying to teach is the proverbial, I'm teaching someone to learn and enjoy learning. Or I'm teaching myself, or constantly telling myself and providing different types of methods to encourage myself to constantly learn differently. I'm not here to optimize learning, as in like maximize the way I learn. If I don't use, what happens when I don't use Romaji? Well, I can never help anyone who does over time. What does that do? It limits your ability to teach someone. It's great if your goal is to be the best Japanese speaker ever or the best bilingual. It limits your ability to be able to find out what's happening with someone who's struggling or trying to learn. So it's the paradox. It's the paradox of human condition. That's why when you have super smart people, they appear to be a bit less and less compassionate. And it's not their fault. It's subconscious, or it's practiced. The smarter and smarter you become, the less and less relatable you are from the people who are struggling. When you become a very skilled person, as a professional athlete, as a native English speaker, as a native Japanese speaker, and ask them to vividly, in detail, try to describe. And this is the holy grail of teaching. If you go on YouTube, which I do love a particular YouTuber, and I will sort of shout him out, I guess, but Dogen, he really does kind of make the attempt, and it's very hard to keep close in hand what these intuitive nuances are, because it's very hard to remember and describe to them when you have become an expert in something. So one of my particularly interesting videos that I found very provocative is your voice different when you're learning a different language? And why is this important to me? Because I think voice acting plays into this quite a bit. So, is it different? Well, actually, it is. Because we know, even though I know very little about Japanese, like the nuances, the semantics of Japanese, I know that the approach to the beats and cadence of Japanese is different. It's not equivalent to English. And when people talk about this all the time, it's in video games. So all these skills I'm talking about is, hey Xena, is in video games too. So when you listen to Japanese of a game, and then it gets dubbed over by English, and hear me out, the reverse is the same. When you listen long enough and notice these things, you notice a difference in beat and cadence. Those are the words I would use, but different background. I come from a different background. This is more of a music background, as opposed to Dogen, who is a professional teacher and whatnot. So beats and cadence. And guess what? I know nothing about Moda. Like nothing about Moda. Oh no, it's not like a palindrome, but let me illustrate beats and cadence. And it goes with voice acting too. So I played Like a Dragon. I played lots of Like a Dragon games, and they recently, like the last 4 or 5 titles, have Japanese and English audio. The restrictions about it is there's animation and timing, right? And Japanese and English cadence and beats are different. So you can think about this in a way that I've been doing this for fun. Like, for example, if I had a fluent person who is Japanese, but also English. So there's a person who is both fluent in Japanese and English, and they try to say hello. Hello, English speaker. Hello, Japanese speaker. There are very defined ways, or hello, 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 instead of hello, hello. So there are very distinct things you can pick up that you can take to a language, even when you're not actually using the specific language. So, for example, I'm trying to capture some of the things. So we trail a lot in English. So like, hey, how's it going? Instead of, hey, how's it going? Because, hey, how it's going, they're all similar beats. It's a very consistent beat. So when you're trying to say Japanese words like konnichiwa instead of konnichiwa. So even if you are, say, very fluent in subtext like semantics, characters, grammar, and stuff, speaking is another dimension, right? And what does Romaji have to do with the nuances of kana? Well, they're different skills. Romaji is a waste of time if you're trying to understand kana, because Romaji is not kana. So when you're working on kana and you're using Romaji, what else can you use Romaji for? Well, there are a lot of other tools for a teacher, not for someone who's learning Japanese. And I absolutely understand that most people's goal is to learn Japanese. My goal is to find out all the possibilities of making learning useful to someone. So is Romaji a waste of time, which is thumbs up a lot, To me, absolutely no. Actually, most things are no if you can find constructive use of it. And that's like a well duh. If it is useful, then it's not you know, a waste of time. So that's fair, and I keep to that. Thank you, lots of strangers who give me advice that Romaji is a waste of time, but with all due respect, I am not using Romaji to learn Japanese. I'm using Romaji to engage myself and motivate myself to practice what I call memory association. I talked about this in day 1, day 4, today's day 6. When you learn to effectively toggle associations back and forth, not just one direction. It's not always Romaji to Kana or Kana to Romaji. This type of exercise is a learning exercise. A equals B doesn't automatically translate to B equals A, because you can have A conditionally only lead to B. That's fine. That's one skill. Converting back is a different skill, because it's context specific, right? If those people are like, nah, if you go A to B and then going from B to A is the same, right? Then what is your problem with Romaji going first and Kana going second, and then Kana going first, then going to Romaji? So you're talking in a paradox here. You're talking in circles. They're just different skills. I see different skills. I see a different tool. So before, back in the day, I used to want to be a teacher, and I thought about it as a traditional linear relationship. So like when you're learning capacity, you just go up in terms of delta T, right? Time invest, but you're always going in one direction. For teaching, well, for learning, the goal is one directional. For teaching, it's both directions. So here's my irony here. Here's the thing that I'm always constantly feel like I never stop learning about this, is because in order to teach, you always have to go backwards at some point. How else are you going to find new tools to help people who are over here and not up here? And that is why it's so impressive when I see people who are great teachers. But here's a sacrifice. Great teachers have to delta T. They have to spend time to not be specialists in the thing they're teaching. Because here's the common thing. Don't waste your time with Romaji, because to understand Japanese, you don't need this. Absolutely agree. Absolutely, 100%. If it's been demonstrated that you don't need this to learn high-level Japanese, that's great. That's because you want to be an expert, or you want to be a native speaker in Japanese. And most people do want to do that. Personally, if it was possible to be a native speaker in Japanese, which takes a lot of time, lots and lots of time, you cannot waste time learning the significance of Romaji. 100%. Do not waste your time if you want to be a native Japanese speaker on Romaji. What is Duolingo's purpose? Duolingo's purpose is to teach Japanese. So when lots of native speakers start saying like, oh, this sucks, this is lacking something, well, you have to ask yourself, are you an expert of Japanese or are you teaching Japanese? And this is why that comment, that person only watched day 2, they didn't watch day 1 of my video, which I spent quite a long time talking about evaluating how Duolingo is using teaching tools. Like, what is it doing as a teaching tool? Not what is it doing to master a language, technically. It is a product of it. But the goal of my intent of using Duolingo is to understand what else can they incorporate. So, what does this mean? What does this mean to the way I'm approaching it, right? I personally love that they have learn and characters. Although it would be kind of interesting if they had learn words and learn characters. So what happens is that both of these two things get equal weight. Equal weight. And then make a separate character map that is reflective of learn. And what happens now is that, well, it draws this draws less toxicity, in my opinion. I actually do believe when you give unsolicited advice, a lot of times it can be misconstrued as toxicity towards a learner. And sure enough, even on Bushu and Renshu, there's plenty of discontent, and those people are in the minority though. When a traditional approach works, right? If it works, if it's greater than 50%, minorities are squelched, and not intentionally, like maliciously, but it still does not prevent these minority learners from feeling like it's toxic, right? And your goal as a person who's providing a teaching tool is to continue mitigating this feeling of isolation. So you're trying to jack up your traditional, and what I mean by traditional is orthodox, as in the most common practices. So Bushu, Rensu uses a lot of optimized orthodox, but they will constantly gonna have to try to mitigate minority squelching. And this happens when there's no equal weight in things. So for me, most people see this first, which is ironic because what is the problem? What do I feel is the problem of turning off Romaji? If this is a problem, what type of psychology requires this type of behavior? Well, if you don't want this, ignore it. If you don't want Romaji, ignore it. Focus on the things that are more important. Okay? So, yes, that's very efficient. What does a teacher do when they see a student? When a teacher observes a student, what is their task? Oh, is it to see what you want to see? And focus on what you think is important. What you think is important. And of course, before I was a teacher, well, I wanted to be a teacher, but at the same time, I want to be a scientist. What does science teach you? Well, clearly not to see what you want to see and focus on what you think is most important. Your focus as a science teacher is to observe everything as much as you can anyway. Everything is theoretical, right? Observe everything, then make an observation, make an interpretation. And this here, it's a luxury. This way of teaching is a luxury. You can't do this with like hundreds and thousands of kids. I absolutely understand. So my hat's off to those teachers who have to rely on traditional approaches where it basically is a one size fits all, one size fits most is my phrasing. One size fits all model. Like turn off Romaji, learn Japanese better. Absolutely fine. So I'm not, if I were to do that, maybe more people will say like, oh yeah, I don't dislike this guy, because I did get dislikes, obviously, because I disagree with this guy. It's not important for Romaji and say, I absolutely agree with you. It's not important for most people. I'm not talking about those most people. I'm talking about those people who struggle. Because I can teach people who are already good at learning. But what am I teaching them? They're already good at learning. So they already know how to turn off Romaji and work to their best intent. So if turning off Romaji helps you, you already learned how you learn enough to learn Japanese. That does not benefit me at all. Like, if I were, say, if I somehow become a Japanese teacher, Japanese English teacher, right, in the future, is this important to me? Well, I see most people do it, so I won't need to practice seeing that. I won't need to practice someone who benefits from turning off Romaji. You can see that all the time. It represents a bigger proportion. But what about that kid what about that kid that moved to Japan and learned English as a first language? This is what Duolingo is largely tackling. Not a person who can cold turkey and commit. So we're not talking about someone. Duolingo has to focus on encouraging learning a new language. That's their goal, right? That is their goal. So when you have experts or native speakers saying this is right, this is wrong, you will appeal to you'll appeal maybe to a majority, maybe around 50%, and then excommunicate the minority. What is beneficial to Duolingo is the answer is both. And to me, this is what makes a great teacher. So yes, I'm gonna be honest with you. You called me out. You called me out. It's very obvious. Called me out. Absolutely. I'm not going to master Japanese. You got me. You definitely got me there. I am definitely going to waste time on Romaji. And this is to you. I'm going to waste time on Romaji. So before you offer unsolicited advice, at least to me, I'm not saying anyone else. I don't represent anyone else. Solicited advice. What I want to know, I welcome that stranger and all the strangers. I want you to explain to me how that helped you. Like, what are your experiences from doing that? Instead of providing unsolicited advice, explain to me your logic and your experiences. That is the most helpful thing to someone who focuses on teaching and learning, in my opinion. And that's why streaming is fantastic. When you stream, you're sharing experiences. When someone's offering unsolicited advice, you can draw parallelisms with backseat gaming. These personalities are incredibly associated. Now, here's my concern about people who have a natural tendency for unsolicited advice, right? Is that they often will go through life passively learning things. What does that mean to passively learn? Well, there's this wonderful association, very strong, we'll just say very strong association that I at least personally notice and others do. Strong association is that passive learning, as when age goes up, passive learning also goes up. And what is passive learning? Passive learning is getting info. And this is motivated by efficiency. So when you start something, what you ask yourself, what is the best way that I'm capable of to start something? So what happens here is being older is associated with passive learning. So what does passive learning look like? Well, language is a great example of passive learning that slows down an older person. What do kids do when they were younger? When you were younger, you were involved in active learning. And what does active learning do? You do mistakes, etc. You do things, and then you observe what happens. So yes, adults, you can make the argument, this goes into like the whole adults, like we took the Romaji thing. I'll connect all these things. We took the Romaji things, why Romaji is not great for Kana, and then how Kana leads to understanding the Japanese thing, which goes down a rabbit hole of why do older people struggle with learning language specifically, just language. Oftentimes this is a topic about older people learning new things, which that's a whole different topic. We'll discuss that maybe in the future. But learning language, why do older people take longer to learn a language versus the younger one? And often it's a contrast between the reliance on passive learning versus active learning. Now here's my 2 cents. Yes, there are some neurological studies that show like neuroplasticity, that timeless, age-old, looking for the physiological explainer to why older people learn things, quote unquote, slower, right? That doesn't account for behavioral changes of older people. And then some people would say objectively, like older people don't have enough time, less time, some things like that. It doesn't restrict an older person from trying to participate in active learning again. And this is what I'm doing. So an older person has XP, And this XP is broken up into passive and active learning. Your younger self has no XP, so they rely on active learning. Now, there is a duality between passive and active learning. While you're actively learning, you're obviously not doing passive stuff. When you're passively learning, you're not doing active stuff. But the thing is, an adult is made up of passive and active learning. There is some passive, slightly passive learning, right? And then together is still 100%. But this proportion is different. I usually think the older you get, the higher the passive learning becomes, and the lower the active learning becomes. And as a kid, your passive learning is actually going up as well and going down. But the magnitude is way bigger in the beginning. So how do you shift some of these? Well, you can choose to continue passively learning. That'll be a great way. So as for a language, when you passively learn, what you think about is rules. And oftentimes that relies on total recall, which is where the whole theme about how older people have a harder time remembering things and like picking things up really quickly is because total recall is reliant on your memory. Well, here's the problem. Memory's plasticity is different for adults because they have lots of memories. And it will continue to have more memories. And you throw around these terms like interference. Cognitive interference is a big one. Basically, the colloquial is you have to unlearn certain things to become more flexible in learning new things. So like, how do I uncouple Roman characters from kana, right? How do you uncouple them? And this process takes time, which effectively means adults, or the older you get, take more time. Now the question is more time equivalent to efficiency? Well, here's my thing about this. If you're only focused on learning a language, absolutely, it will always take more time. Like if your goal is to pick up Japanese, pick up another language in an older age, I absolutely agree, it'll take longer. But what other skills are you practicing while you're doing that? Well, first of all, let's take it from a kid perspective. Kids burn out. Adults, if you know how to learn, adults don't burn out as often. Because what you can do is you can learn language passively and actively, efficiently. So let me give you an example. As a kid, if you give a kid math and they hate math, this isn't going to happen. If you give an adult math, if they've mastered how passive learning works, they are likely to still learn it with their experience. And what are these experience points? Motivations, patterns, associations. So when someone says romeji is a waste of time, I see motivation. So when you scour the threads, right? When you scour the threads, when toxicity is pointed at Romaji, and that person using Romaji is English speaker, inevitably, if they are younger, they're more likely to quit. As an adult, when you get older, they're like, nah, don't care what other people think. Think about my motivations. And you have many years of experience that can mitigate this toxicity impact. Continues learning the best way they can, and best in quotations, the best way they can. And this is what teachers have to worry about. And to me, this is what Duolingo has to worry about their product. So how do you simultaneously provide motivation and motivation to the young people? So younger people actually requires more motivation. And then adults have to be engaged passively. So how do you engage an adult passively? Stories, visuals, presentation, sounds, lots of things that engages all of their experiences and association. They then become consistent. I see some of that in Duolingo, but I create most of my associations. I create most of my stories. I create my motivation to stream Duolingo. Those things are not built into Duolingo because that's probably not what their goal is, for example. Like if Duolingo integrated a streaming function for Twitch, that would be more of an adult level of passive integration for motivation. It widens their abilities, right? I choose to use Romaji because it widens my adult experience. I understand that roaming characters are associated to English. Removing that removes a tether and importance of that. It removes legacy that I'm an English speaker. That becomes less and less about sentimentalism and motivation. It becomes more and more about active learning, which are geared towards younger people. Because they don't really need motivation. They need progress. Observable, like very tangible progress. Not have developed lots of tools on what their identity is and their motivations and what's the bigger picture. All these things are not there yet. They're not there yet. So inherently, you want it to be like that to help younger people approach this thing, right? So you have daily quests, the cute little animations, things that do this for you. So younger people like these things because these things are provided. As an adult, if you want to learn just as efficiently, in my opinion, just as efficiently, not magnitude. It will take you longer, for sure. It will take you longer to learn Japanese because it's a raw, active thing. However, you don't have to only learn Japanese while you're doing it. And that's why I love learning languages. I'm not just learning Japanese. I'm learning how to teach and educate people with problems associating pictorial representation with abstraction character representation. When I can get someone to see that these are the similar while also being different. It's an exercise in learning. You get to learn what the similarities and differences are. When an expert happens, they learn very specifically the best way they can because they've cultivated it. It's the one thing that works best for them, and I appreciate that. Doesn't make you a great teacher. It makes you a great teacher for a very specific type of person. The more and more expert you become, the more and more likely you only can educate someone who's already in the same mindset. So, an hour and a half. The hot take here is thank you for your advice. This is going to be the deep digression for today. Thank you for your advice on becoming a native Japanese speaker. Tell me what your journey was like. That's the hot take. Express yourself because I'm learning. I am learning this, not this. It just happens that I can do this and that at the same time. The answer is I can do both. What separate, in my opinion, I choose to be able to see O in Romaji and Kana. I'm not using this as a crutch. I'm using this as a tool. It's only a crutch if my goal is to only understand this. And that's not the goal. That's not the goal of only understanding Kana. I don't want to only understand Kana. In fact, why is this important? Is because when I learned English, I still don't know how IPA works. Or is it called IPA? I still don't know how English phonetics work. And I always wondered if I could learn a new language. These are all deep cuts. I always wondered if I learned another language that uses some sort of phonetics that contextualize things, what will that be like? What will that be like? I don't know. Like, if I explain to a Japanese person, oh, it sounds like this, what am I going to use? So yeah, so let's see. Romaji is not important, right? Romaji is a waste of time. So recently, I do this in my off time. It's a lot of fun, guys. It's a lot of fun. You see the word earn, right? Here's the word earn on Delhi. A ru earn earn I probably put ra. Eran. That's close. That's kind of fun. Eran. Eran. Just because. Like, hey, honestly, if you say this roll enough long, like, who knows? It might make it fun to learn how to pronounce earn. Right? So, it's all these things. Like, because the Romaji is being toxically, there's toxicity against the Romaji. There's no development of the Romaji. And this leads into programming. I love talking about programming because programming involves languages too. And programming are task-oriented tool operations, right? So programming, if you remove something, that tool cannot get better. You could replace the tool with something else, but then that'd just be an iteration of the tool. So when people say Romaji sucks, it doesn't account for, I don't know, homophones and phonemes and whatnot, is largely because if you are toxic towards something and you are making it seem useless, then it doesn't change, it doesn't improve. You don't get a tool, you don't iterate and develop a skill if you choose to ignore it. That's just it. So when someone tells me, after watching me for 30 seconds, I'm only looking at the Romaji because I'm obviously an English speaker, well, unfortunately, I respectfully disagree that I'm doing that. Because my task is not learning Japanese using Romaji. It's learning the relationship between Romaji and English and Kana. And one day, I could see how to mitigate or add to Romaji. So when someone says, I want to learn Japanese, how could I get a softer bridge to Kana? Well, you could use all the Romaji that people keep using and are toxic toxic toward, or I could add my own flavor of how to progress Romaji. Because if you don't use a tool, you don't know what it's lacking or how to make it better. You legitimately just ignore it. And that's why one of my hot takes here, I don't really like the word waste. When someone goes to another person who's doing something and they say, you're wasting time, that is someone who is probably a very smart person, specialized in something, but decided to offer advice out of the kindness of their heart, right? It's good intention, but become destructive. And when someone asks me in like scientific terms, what do you consider as constructive criticism? It is not unsolicited advice most of the time. And it lacks compassion. So in the scientific field, right, a lot of times, how do you get consistent? You remove emotional things from it. But that's only possible when you are seeing or trying to see everything. So ask yourself, what is objective about removing Romaji? And advising someone not to use Romaji while they're using it. That is not objective. You do not have experience. You choose to not see the evaluated. So you don't have a take on it that is helpful to the person who is currently using it. And when I go to forums and stuff, this is just one day, one evening, not even a whole evening or years of like, you go there and then you have like specific forums. I'll let you imagine what type of forums they are, of particular apps, very popular apps, and they say, oh, I'm sorry, our community is not like that. Oh, you must have hit a bad apple or something. Usually our community is not that toxic. when you don't use something and you use a method that avoids it, the human condition will let you be less sensitive to it. So when someone apologizes and then pretend like it's not there, it's because you don't use the thing. So you don't even notice it is there. So that's kind of the idea. Why do I use Romaji? Because it's part of Duolingo. I want to see everything and I want to do everything. Does it mean I'll fall into the same traps? Probably. I mean, it could happen. I don't really know. If I find out 6 months later that, oh yeah, man, I can't stop thinking Romaji instead of Kana, then hey, they were right. I was wrong. And guess what? I learned from that. If I don't use Romaji from the start because someone told me, then I'll never know. And guess what? It is a waste of time to the people that are talking about it, because their goal is to learn Japanese. My goal is to learn if I fall into the same trap, or if I suffer from the same deficiencies. And my hypothesis, right, is that I don't fall into the same problems, because I learn very differently from my exercise. So since my hypothesis is I don't, I'm going to try very hard to prove if I do. So what I do is I challenge myself. Let me use Romaji. Let me contextualize all of the English or all of every language that I can possibly get my hands on and contextualize it into English. Do I still fall into the same problem of literacy and efficiency? I don't know. I technically only formally learned 2 languages, which is English and Spanish. And guess what? Spanish has the same relationship. Really, it kind of does, outside of your conjugations. Like, one thing I love about the thing that I fell in love with Spanish is you can nerd out. You can nerd out to conjugations. If there's any, or is it conjugations? Not conjugations. It's the verb stuff. So like comer, right? Comer, and then you have like comi, like all the verb conjugations. It like comido, right? Like it's like there's like a root, but you can conjugate. I need to brush up on my Spanish, but like doing, you know, past tense, past participle, present tense, all that stuff, that's amazing. You can nerd out to that. Just like you can nerd out to kanji in Japanese. There's a nuance and richness to those. But the thing is, what am I doing here? And it goes back to what I was reviewing earlier today. What I was reviewing earlier today. Why am I doing like associations? Like, for example, ta, ni, these are the Romaji, right? Well, ta, right? So ta is this. Oh no, actually, sorry. Ta is this. So ta is this. Well, it's kind of more like this, right? And ta is related to ni, as in I'm relating the kana and the Romaji. So ni is this. You can make this relationship and then make this relationship. The idea is I'm practicing what I call passive learning. But I'm actively discovering these associations. You're relying on observational cues. As a younger person, you're not necessarily looking for patterns. You just know that when you see something like this, you'll just brute force and remember that this is ni. So the younger you get, or the younger the audience is providing advice, their advice is to remove something, right? And you only see one thing. That's perfectly fine. I'm just going to tell you, this is not using your XP or basically your adult mind. You are not adding more by learning this way. In fact, you're gonna be very narrow-minded and hyper-focused. And hyper-focus is amazing. It's amazing when you have a singular goal. Your singular goal is to master kana. If your singular goal is to master kana, the advice from someone is just spend 2 days straight, just 2 days straight. Write all the kana 10 times over and you'll get it. It's like, great, awesome. Now you're great at kana. When I'm doing kana, I'm not just working on kana. That's why things slow down. When things slow down is because I'm not focused. So I trade off focus to be open-minded. And sure enough, guess what? When people are open-minded, it takes longer to do one task. Because when you're open, you have more ideas. So you really got to ask yourself what your goals are. The older you get, you're relying more and more about the ideas. So am I being more efficient at learning Japanese? Absolutely not. Am I being more efficient at learning 10 or 12 more skills than you? Absolutely. Is my time efficient? Yes, it is. Because I'm using Romaji as not a waste of time to me. You think Romaji is a waste of time, and that's fair. That's absolutely acceptable. There we go. We'll wrap that up into a neat bow. I almost feel like I'm inclined to do a deep digression every day now for learning Japanese, because it makes me remember this all the better. Like, I remember Japanese and are more fond of things when I continue to invest higher level thinking. In my opinion, higher level doesn't mean better, because remember that if you're thinking more deeply about things, you slow down. Things get slower. You stop. You have to trade off active learning. When you, for example, learning Romaji is not actively learning Japanese, right? It's passively learning Japanese, as in you already know Roman characters. You already know Roman characters, so it's passive. You're manipulating that meaning without actively doing something. And then when you're forcing yourself to do something, it's active learning again, right? Why is it harder as you get older to want to rely on your native language to learn another language? Because you are inherently more of a passive learner than an active learner over time. Adult minds are filled with lots of information, and you have to navigate that information. So you spend most of your time navigating and organizing all that information you have. Younger people have less information. They can actively acquire information faster. Not more efficient. I disagree with that. Because younger people have singular goals. They have fewer goals. Adults can choose to have more goals. They are actively practicing how to juggle passive information. So you can choose to do that, or you can pretend that you're younger or want to be younger and continue struggling with that. That's perfectly fine. Like, the facts are, I agree with people, neuroplasticity is lower. There are physiological explanations to why adults don't have a slower process in adopting new things. However, when they adopt new things, they are also reinforcing old things. Kids could learn how to play basketball and drop it like a bad habit and go and play baseball. And then when they grow into adulthood, they will be crap at the things they drop and great at the things they are good at. Adults, when you learn Japanese, your English tend not to, like your native language tend not to suffer because you're holding on to it. You're juggling it. So effort is divided. When an adult learns a new language, they are retaining older ones because they have to. It's a passive response. So yeah, what am I using Romaji for? Well, I'm using it so that I can help people hold on to whatever they're trying to hold on to, and then using that to embrace a new thing, which is kind of just a different thing. Just a different thing. Okay, that's enough. That's enough for an open thing. I love talking about it. There you go. And I think we're gonna do this differently today. I want to start with hiragana because I actually I love this part. I do really enjoy learning characters. So we'll put in some time on characters. Ma, right? We know ma, right? In fact, MAKU, right? This MAKU? Oh, no, this is MAKO, actually. My bad. This is MAKO. I don't actually have ku yet. Oh, no, I do have ku. MAKU. Here we go. So, actually, Mako is funny, because Final Fantasy VII. Mako? Shinra? So now I can spell Mako. So, Ma-ko. And then, obviously, the thing I've been using. MAKU. Right? Because we have ku. Notice I didn't notice that I'm writing the kana and then writing the romaji because I actually see these characters first before I see these. However, if someone provided me ma and ko, I will be able to provide these as well. So it goes both directions. And it slows me down, right? I'm doing two things at once. And it's perfect. If someone tells me I'm spending double the time, absolutely. That's exactly the whole purpose of the way I learn. So, and here's something that slows down even more. I'll explain. So, is a table. And this is a laptop stand. That's so. And if you just want table, it's te. There you go. Right there. Did it take me extra time? Absolutely. If I was comparing myself to myself, all these extra steps is extra time, right? But if you're comparing to another person, I got to this really, really fast because I've done it a lot of times. So even if someone says romaji is really long and is really hard and stuff, it's like, well, you're comparing apples to oranges. That person with repetition will become short and short. Oh, and I missed one of my take-homes. Like, there was a time as an English speaker, is long. Now, I'll use a word that I like, superfluous. This is not a long word because it's clustered into one kanji. And the reason why I shifted to kanji is because you no longer think of words as separate characters. You think of them as clusters. Now, yes, you can go objectively and say mechanically it takes a really long time to write this word. Agreed, 100%. That's why kanji is a compressed way to circle meaning. But guess what? Superfluous. When you think of superfluous, you don't have to think about the actual word. You could also think about, how do I think of superfluous? This is how I think about superfluous. If someone did this, wow, that's excess stuff. So all these are relational. And if you're comparing apples to oranges, certainly. Like, Romaji is slower than Japanese, right? Than kanji. But let's think about this. Okay, I'll use the same logic that you use. If you're saying don't learn Romaji, it's a waste of time, it's not Japanese, then why are you comparing Romaji with kanji when it comes to speed and mechanics? If that is not Japanese, then they can't be compared. So if you're using the same logic, the same circular, right? That's a bad circle. The same circular logic, right? Hey, kanji is greater than Romaji. One of the big reasons is because Romaji is not Japanese. Alright, well, logic dictates that you compare apples to apples. Ironically, most people compare these by a metric that would assume they are the same, or they are similar enough. Ironically, the same argument is that they're not similar. So stop comparing them, in my opinion. If you want to embrace the idea that you should learn kanji, kana, before Romaji, then they are different things, because that is what you're presenting. Then stop comparing them with metrics. One is clearly longer than the other because one is clearly not Japanese. That's a logical fallacy. It's a cyclic argument. Learn both if you want. Learn one if you don't want. Like, what is your goal? Ask yourself what your goal is. Stop applying objective, like trying to objectify subjective things. There's so many subjective undertones in learning. Like, it's kind of like saying, I want to make learning objective and spend my entire life trying to objectify learning without embracing subjectivity. That's so paradoxical. To get someone to effectively learn is literally involving subjectivity. So when you ask yourself, what is the best way to learn? Share your objectivity, but if you remove it from the subjective nature of that person, your advice is destructive. It's largely destructive. 80% of the time, it's destructive. Don't use Romaji. Instead of asking yourself why this person is not using Romaji, ask yourself, why are they using Romaji? Logic dictates that you observe something and ask yourself, what is it? Not what you think it is, because that has already happened for you. You already did that thing. Is it adequate advice? Well, observe. You know what I'm saying? It's a little tough. I get it. It's a little tough. No, personally, I don't think most people, I don't think 99% of people are toxic. I actually think it deals with the self-awareness of emotional intelligence. And being an expert, I sit in a room with some of the in my opinion, I had the privilege, and I really had the privilege of sitting in the room with some of the most brilliant minds that I would consider some of the brilliant minds, and I just could not get on the same page as them because they are incredibly brilliant, right? Unfortunately, they're so brilliant that I am lost. I'm constantly lost. So when one is incredibly brilliant, there's a trade-off for being helpful. It's very difficult to remain helpful the more brilliant you become. It's a hot take.
Ha.
Ah. So here's a fun thing I do. So ha, right? Ha is ma. Oh, is ma when the kid leaves home. So this is the kid, right? This is the kid. So this is ma. Although I just think of ma, right? And this is ha. Oh, this is the haha joke here. How's haha, right? So haha is specifically more used in the context of my mother, like your personal mother, right? Haha. Or even if I remember correctly, haha oya? Haha oya? Something like that. I think this might actually be longer. I haven't learned this word, but because most of the time I know the formal one. If I remember, it's Oka-san. Now, I haven't learned this formally. There might be two ways. So it might be that really weird notation, or the extended vowel sound that I've seen before already, that I haven't learned formally yet, where you take like this and then you add a one, like a one dash. It could be Oka-san, like sa-an, like this. Sa-an. Maybe it's notated this way, or maybe it's two, like it's sa and ah separated. All these things, right? So I'm going down a rabbit hole because this is how I remember all this stuff, and I do this very, very fast because I love this. I love creating large webs of stories to remember things. That is what makes adults OP. I'm just saying. If you can create a story, you can remember so many things without literally having to remember separate things. So here you go. Ma, this is Ma's house, right? This is Ma's house. But when the little youngin leaves, haha, I made it. Because the youngin grew up to be a big kid. So now you have, now I can never unsee these two. I can never unsee these two ever again. Because I'll always have this story, this relationship between the kid who left to become haha. Fun stories. Do this. I mean, like, I don't know if this will help anyone and whatnot, but when you become 30, let's just say as you grow older, and maybe you're asking yourself, I don't understand. If you're feeling this already, think, man, I don't understand why I keep forgetting certain things, like, or certain relational details and stuff, or maybe two unrelated things. Try it. I'm not gonna say it's a life hack, so this is not a life hack. Not a life hack. Create associations. If you practice this, in my opinion, it works as you grow older. The older you get, the more this strategy becomes incredible. Because you are going to be very creative. you will become more and more creative. Your stories will become more elaborate. How do I remember the Japanese kana? Half the kana is dealing with stories. And yes, it will slow you down at first. But one day, you're gonna do like what kanji does. How do I remember ha, ma, ha, ma? I think of a house. What does kanji do? Or what does kana do? It's a compression of memory. That's it. And what's another way to remember hama? Ha-ma. Guess what? Hama is a word. This is a word. I think it's like, it's either light or dark. But it doesn't matter, because if I think of light and dark, I'll think of hama. Maybe it'll matter a little bit later, but these are relational because these are Yu-Gi-Oh cards. These are also elements. The reason why I know hama before I even learn it, so I don't actually know formally what hama is. Like I legitimately have not learned it formally, but I know it has something to do with light and dark. Because these are elements in video games. So all of this stuff, it's all connected. If it's so cliche to see an older person or maybe a wiser person or more worldly person say it's all connected, that's the cliche. That's I earnestly believe this is what they mean. It's all connected. So when you remember one thing, you remember a ton of things. And when you think of one image, you think of a ton of things. When you think of a mind palace, when like if you ever watch BBC Sherlock, and he goes into his mind palace and takes out books from his library, and those books become, that's what, in my opinion, what kanji does and kana does for the English language. But now, when a Japanese person asks what facetious, right? The word facetious mean, you might, as an English speaker, as a native speaker, I don't only think about this word. It's not just this word. It's a smirk. Right? With the tongue out. You know? With a brow raise. And so many other connotations because you've compressed everything. This is kind of why I feel it confuses me. It confuses me when people hyper-focus on compartmentalizing, which I mentioned in day one. They focus on compartmentalizing, which insist that they are different, or learning the things are different, and that they can be destructive to each other. So if you want to learn Japanese, stop learning Romaji. Because they're not complementary. They don't supplement. They don't do anything. It's destructive. It's often viewed as destructive. Well, I like to beg to differ, but I like to also say I'm probably in the minority. Not anyone could really find this very comfortable. So I'm not suggesting you should dive deep into this technique, since I've been doing it for a very long time in my life and I don't know how it feels to start again, right? As a specialist of this type of technique, try it. If it doesn't immediately work, and move on to the next technique. I have to keep in mind that I've been doing this for a very long time. In my mind, it comes up instantaneously, but it's not like other people can just do it. Much like an expert Japanese person sharing their opinions, like, oh, here's one. I just learned this phrase, right? E A, right? E as in like no. And someone said, this is such a waste of time. Like, even within Japanese, this is such a waste of time. Like, no one wants to hold this longer. What's the point of that? So you could say ya, which I don't have a ya symbol yet, or just simplify it to ie, right? To say no, and then this person said like, oh, real Japanese people don't generally say ie, right? Ie, as opposed to ie and iya. I don't have the hiragana or ya yet. And my thought was, that's very informative. And then everyone's very positive, like, yeah, it's great that you're making these comments on real Japanese. And I told myself, I am not a real Japanese person. I don't want to be a real Japanese person, right? So in a way, you could say, selfishly, you could say, I could continue saying ie, but at the same time, it's informative because when I'm talking to a real Japanese person, I will try to remember that ie is acceptable. When I talk to a not real Japanese person, I can choose to say ie. What's the difference? I can do both. I don't choose one over the other. What does that make you? A better teacher. Just saying. Because you're relatable. You understand the background. You are compassionate to the person you're talking to. You can choose to save your time. Absolutely. You can choose to save your time only remembering one thing and conditioning that one thing. It doesn't make you a better learner, and it doesn't make you a better teacher. Because why does it not make you a better learner? You are choosing to learn one way and not the other. You are constantly reducing the amount of things you have to learn and passively remember. You're not doing this. So forever, thanks to that guy's video, forever, I will know this detail. And then when I get ya, why am I using Romaji right now? Because I don't have ya yet. At least I think he's saying ya. So, like, this is a circle right now. So I'm using all these tools all the time. As an adult, the more tools you use, the more likely you're going to remember everything. And it's going to slow you down at first. But when you're talking and you're bootstrapping, it becomes almost negligible, almost insignificant. So while you're telling a learner, like, don't waste your time here, it becomes naturally insignificant if they have the motivation, lower barriers, and consistency. If you keep asking yourself, in the end, what allowed you to learn a language? Consistency. And it's a culmination of so many things that's outside of the whole hyper objective nature of advice. I can use Romaji my friends. Become that crutch, and then challenge yourself to relinquish the shackles of Romaji. The more challenge you have, the more you'll learn. Perhaps you quit. You know, you get reliant on Romaji and you quit. Use whatever you learned that got you so good at Romaji for something else. Because whatever skills you develop there can be used for another thing. Sure, Japanese wasn't cut out for you, but how did you learn how to juggle the heck out of Romaji? Because that is impressive to me. I actually lean on other people and say, yeah, I kind of want to learn kana and kanji because holy heck, Romaji becomes, I can't read that. And people are right. I still can't read that. But for people who can, man, go apply that skill somewhere else, man. If you pick that, Romaji practice will get you really far in Spanish. It will get you really far in a lot of language. Heck, you might as well just become an expert in English. Oh, no, Latin. Or like prefaces and suffixes. Like, just, you've developed a skill. It's never a waste of time. I'm just saying. It's so, in my opinion, it breaks my heart when there are people who want to encourage learning and encourage people to do the things they want to do, and the first thing that comes out of their mouth is to discourage someone, even though it's behind the guise of, oh yeah, but we really care. Like, you just have to follow this specific method, come to our cult and learn the way we learn. Like, but what is there that I can add? Well, I'm going to bring my Romaji into your cult. Are you going to reject me? Well, depends on how strong that cult is, but generally speaking, they probably reject you, right? Words that I've seen is kiddish, novice, foreigner, and I'm going to be real here. The reason why I still think English is undisputed, it's not because it's perceived as the hardest, it's perceived as the most flexible. And I already talked about this earlier. Someone asked me, if Japanese is the hardest language? Flexibility leads to inconsistency. What is the hardest thing to learn in life? What are the hardest life skills to learn? Anything that's inconsistent and outside of your control. So is Japanese one of the hardest languages? No, it is not. To me, personally. Because I love Japanese for that very reason. It has great rules. It has lots of consistency. All of its syllables are consistent. Its cadence is great. It even has beats and whatnot. Those make Japanese wonderful. It's a very, very different feel from English. English, the moment you say something, someone can turn those words and warp those words to anything. Like, it's like the Wild Wild West, for lack of a better term. I almost feel ironically that when I think of the Japanese language, I think of nobility. I think of decorum. Lots of executed, just reflective of their culture, right? Reflective of Japanese culture. And then English is just messy. It's just everywhere. What is the hardest thing to learn when there are no rules? Come on. When there's anarchy. There's no order. I mean, there's still order. I'm being hyperbolic here. It's crazy to think that some people are like a big subset of groups are people who like anime, and anime goes along with youth culture and video games. Oops. I think I'm right. Oh no, I'm not writing off screen. So anime, youth culture, video games. If you ask yourself, a game with incredibly defined rules and you understand all the rules, which one is more challenging than a dynamic game where the opponent is your player and like PvP and you can't predict your opponent? I don't care how big the volume is, in my opinion. This is a little aggressive, but I don't care how big the volume of associations you need with memory. And this is an arrogant and biased perspective from me because I work on association and memory techniques. So like I always have this dreadful fear of forgetting things. So I spend most of my life tackling volume problems. So from my perspective, volume is inconsequential. It's inconsistency that makes things difficult. And English is hecka inconsistent. No matter how much you want to define how consistent English is. And because it's inconsistent, it's flexible. So it's perceived as being easier because it's tolerable. The system has to be as tolerable as possible so that many people can use it. That's why it's easy to pick up and hard to master. You might be thinking, oh yeah, but the volume in Japanese is hard to master. It's like, fair enough. If you're struggling with volume, it's probably harder to master. If you're struggling with inconsistency, which I am, I love inconsistency, but I also struggle with inconsistency. I'm not a very intuitive person. I don't like to intuit things on the ground. English is hard to master. Like how here's one last example. How to sound a light in Japanese. And then versus in English. Now, as someone, if you know enough, which I don't know enough about Japanese, so I could be wrong about this, like way off mark, but a lot of people have already shared about the extent of politeness in Japanese. When you try to sound polite in English, what does that sound like? Well, as a native English speaker, it's going to be "it depends" more often than Japanese. Because one can be condescending if the level of articulation and vocabulary does not match the individual stranger that you've met. So for example, I could sound well-spoken or I could sound down to earth. Both of those can be polite if the person you're speaking to is down to earth. And while at the same time, if one person is incredibly intelligent and you speak Yiddish, it can be condescending, even though you're being down to earth. So like, mannerisms are messy because different cultures use English. Like the mannerism translates. So a Japanese person is going to speak English differently versus a person who's in the United States speaking English. Japanese has a stronger adherence to rules, to consistent rules. So if you're trying to be polite, you have an idea of how to be polite. The longer you spend in time in English, it's very difficult to know when you can be polite to someone. It's like, oh, I'm sorry for your loss. I really feel at a loss for words. How is that interpreted? Well, it can be interpreted in three or four different ways. One could be you don't care enough to even share you don't even care to share the pain in me, with me, for example. There's a lot of inconsistencies, like how oftentimes the phrase "I'm at a loss for words" is legitimately something that people rely on because they are legitimately at a loss for words. Because the rules are not concrete. How do you comfort a person in their grief? It depends. How do you sound polite to a businessman? Well, it depends. Is the businessman outgoing? Are they grounded? Are they highly technical? And what's even worse, what to add to this is cadence changes. Beats, cadence, uptone, they all change with who you're talking to, at least in my opinion, because I love spoken language, and Japanese is so elegant. It's constant, like so consistent. You know, konnichiwa instead of konnichiwa. Gouzo yoroshi or shi ga. Like it doesn't flex at all. It's gozo dozo, sorry. Dozo yoroshiku, right? So it's very defined. You can still be playful in it though. Like I love that they're being playful where like you can be very airy and a little, it's just not as flexible in my opinion. It makes it, quote unquote, ironically to some people, it makes Japanese harder because it's a one size fits all. You are bound by those rules, and those rules are very restrictive. But if you naturally fall into those rules, you pick up Japanese very well. In English, what rules do you fall into? Do you fall into American English or British English? That's the stereotype, but then do you fall in Australian English and others? Okay. All right, let's keep going. De. Again, that's a table. De is a table. Hama, right? Hama. Hama.
Hama.
Ooh, this part triggers people too, I suppose. This is Iso.
Hana.
Hana.
Ha.
Na.
Na.
Oh, the thing I was thinking about is na. It's not ni. Yeah, earlier. Flower, right? Hana. All right. Mayu. Hana.
Hana. Ama.
Kiso. Tetsu.
Tetsu.
Ate. Ate.
Hate.
Hama. Oh, they really like hama.
Sora.
Sora.
So.
That. Wait. Sora.
Da.
Sky. Okay. So hate.
Hate.
I don't know if hate is a word. Mari.
Mari.
Tetsu.
Tetsu.
I feel like Tetsu reminds me of, oh no, I'm thinking of Raigeki or something like that. Raigeki? Yeah, I'm thinking of Raigeki. Or Geki? I don't know if we'll ever encounter that vocabulary word. Mayu.
Hama.
Kiso. Kiso. Kiso.
Kiso.
Ashi.
Tera.
Tera. Te.
Te.
Ra.
Da.
temple, of course. Tera. Hama.
浜
Hama.
浜
Sora.
空
Ski.
妻
Oh, sorry. Oh, hey. Hello there. Konnichiwa. What's up? Doing some hirakana. What are you doing? Page. Sma. Shma.
島
You're watching me. Are you Duolingoing at the same time? I imagine you could do both. I mean, what is your experience with Duolingo? Page. Tetsu. Kinda creepy to say. Yeah, I can see where you're coming from. I don't mind it. It's very normalized for me. Suma. Ma.
味噌
You do some every once in a while? What do you do now? In terms of like what kind of activity do you participate in now for Japanese?
味噌
Miso? Miso. Miso. Mayu. Ashi. Suma. Shima. Sorry. Shima. Island. Right? Shima. Hachi. I mean Hatsu. Sorry. Hachi. Hatsu. Kiso. You don't know, read. I really don't have enough time to study as much as you wanted. Oh, what were your goals in mind when you were learning? Actually, do you do anything that you typically use your Japanese in? What is this? February challenge complete? Oh. That's a first. Okay.
靴
Next lesson. You have no real goals? I see. What motivated you to learn Japanese? Page. Kutsu. Right. Semi. Oh, I'm not gonna forget that. Semi. Semi. Semi.
セミ
Semi. 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 Alright. Sorry. Oh, they didn't tell me what semi means, if there is any. Natsu. I don't know, looked easy. It wasn't. Oh, I see.
もし
Can you explain to me what made it seem easy to you? At first, if you recall, what was it that made it look easy? Moshi? Kutsu? Kutsu?
靴
Seimi? Oh, maybe they'll tell me what it means now. Oh no.
花
Hana?
は
No.
な
Naka?
中
Nachi?
夏
Natsu. Sorry. I keep thinking, I keep mixing up. Kumo?
雲
Ana?
花
Mise?
店
Trying to speed it up here.
雲
Kumo? Right. Naku? Naku?
なく
Mise?
夏
natsu. Moshi, moshi.
もし
Uh, I skipped the hiragana thing, just learned it over time. It looked easy because they didn't have many irregular verbs or noun cases. Oh, interesting. That's an interesting perspective. What is your background in verbs and nouns cases? I almost feel like English is also you know another language, don't you? It's actually really hard. Yeah. Do you know more than just English? I'm kind of curious about the irregular verbs and noun cases.
中
Naka, na,
な か
middle, naka. Okay. Nachi,
夏
natsu. Nachi, natsu. Kuchi,
靴
tsu. Mise,
店
naku,
なく
and moshi.
もし
Okay.
セミ
Semi, se, semi. Kumo, kumo,
雲
kumo, ku. Whoops. Kumo. Semi. Kumo. Naka. Kuchi. Kucho. Kucho. Kutsu. Sorry, kutsu. Every time I rush. Kutsu. And then, Naku. Mostly Spanish. That's it. Sorry. My first thought is I was gonna lean towards Spanish because when I think of irregular verbs and noun cases, and when it comes to the frequency of population of spoken languages, and then given the time, like the time of day and hanging out, I immediately thought Spanish. Spanish is actually my second formal language that I learned in like school and college. It's been a while, but the first thing I think about when I think about irregular verbs and noun cases and stuff, when it comes to Japanese, Spanish, or languages related to Spanish as well, like the Romance languages. Those heckin' conjugations. I just talked about that actually earlier on reflection. So what was the thing that made it hard? So when you finally found it's actually really hard for yourself, what was the thing that was there anything that stuck out to you that made it particularly difficult? Why does this keep yelling at me? It keeps yelling at me for the we do this 4 times, so that was just the 3rd time, right? So K.
K
And as a way to remember K, let's review as a way to remember K. K is related to ha. Because when I think of ha, I think of ha ge, which reminds me of ha gi, and that's how I relate it. So English to Romaji to kana, or kana to Romaji to English. Because these guys are related. Because oh, sorry. This is actually ha. I meant to write hake in the thing, but this is actually right. So if I remember ha, which is the first thing I remembered, I was taught ha first, and that's why I remember K. And it sounds like hockey. So conjugations, participles, adjectives, yeah. Gonna head out in a bit. Take care. Thanks for stopping by. it would be interesting to know why Japanese became more difficult. Ha is also pronounced wa. Yes, that's true. And that deals with grammar, which I am not in that unit yet. But yes, I am aware of that. So we have not come to that part of the learning process yet. Of the passive information.
ふ
Who
ふ
knows? Take care though. And also, good luck with everything. Ni,
にね
ne,
ね
which is related to, let me remind myself. So, ne, if we think of wa, we think of ne. So, we're always thinking of wa ne, which is Wayne in English. Take care. Okay. Ne. Who. Ni.
に
Ke.
け
Ha ha ha.
は姉
Ne. Ne.
あ
Ne.
ね肉
Niku. Nein. Nein.
千
Oops.
年
Nein.
人
Nin.
人
Ani. Ani.
姉
Ane. Oh, sorry. That's ne. Yeah, ane. Nain.
年
Nin. Nin. Okay. Niku.
肉
Niku. Fuyu.
冬
Fuyu. Fuyu. Oh, wait. I do have you. What did I try writing before? Never mind. Neko.
猫
Just cat.
冬
Fuyu. Fuyu. Fuyu.
ゆ
Yeah, Fuyu is winter. Sake. I don't think I'm gonna. I mean, we're gonna see this set of characters, I'm sure, quite a bit in the future. Wouldn't need to remember what sake looks like, but that's fine. Fune. Is fune a word, I wonder?
船
Nope. Or
消し
didn't give me a word. What was it?
消し
Keshi? Shi? Keshi?
消し
Una?
船
Ike?
池
Ike. Is that like... I heard this word, I think. And that Iko is like the shortened version of let's go or go. Okay. Okay. Sake, right?
酒
Sake. Niku.
肉
Fune.
船国
Funi. Ku.
く
Ni.
に
Funi. country. Kuni, country. Who?
ね
Ne. Ni. E. You. Who. Ne.
池
Ike. Oh, I feel like on the tip of my tongue what it means. Ike. On. That's right. Pond. At least that's the one that I remember. I was thinking of a koi pond. Koi pond. Koi pond. Right. Huh. I wonder how they do adjectives. Is it just koi ike? Or ike koi? No grammar yet. We didn't learn any grammar yet. Who you? Who you?
庭
Niwa. 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 No, I don't think I've heard that before. Okay, what do we have here? Kitty. Neko. Kuni. Kashi. Oh, Keishi. Sorry, Keishi. Hane.
庭
Niwa. Niwa. A garden. Niwa? Oh, okay, so wasn't sure if it was a word, but garden. Niwa. Alright. I think that's good enough exercise for hiragana for now. Why does this keep telling me this? Why can't I hide that? Alright. I can't wait to start reading stories. At some point, there are stories. And we're gonna definitely hit hard on the stories. Alright, back to
ラー
food
メ
and
ンとお
drink.
茶
Oh, ramen though. Ramen. Ramen was the other food item. Oh, and oishi. Oishi. So I totally forgot those two words. And then we have kare and keiki. And then the others like yeah. Hai and ie.
ラーメンとお茶
Ramen. Ramen do
ocha.
ocha. So do I have this word? So it looks like ra changes. May did not get May yet. Oh wait. Oh, these are katakana. Oh yeah, and do is no, I don't even have this character, so I don't even know. And hirakana. Yeah. And then O is we know O. And then cha. And I saw this before, so we don't know combinations yet. But we got the chi part. Chia. I get it. Sure. So ramen and green tea. Tasty ramen. Oishi.
美味しい
Oishi. Oishi. Ramen.
ラーメン
カレーとラーメン、
カレーとラーメン。カレー
カレー
と
と
ラ
ラー
ーメン。
メン、
これは美味しいラーメンです。
Curious.
これは
Let's see. Kore. Oh no. Rei is Mine's Rei slightly different too. Oh wait, no, we didn't get Kore. We didn't get Rei yet. Kore was okay. Was still there. O E Shi E, right? And then that Ra. Yeah, ramen is just different. And De. Do we have De? No, we don't have De. But it looks like it's a modified Te. So De and Te are related. De is just a fancier table. And then Su. Su. Okay. What does that actually say? これは美味しいラーメンです。This is tasty ramen.
これは美味しいカレーです。
これは美味しい。美味しい。What do you say?
これは美味しいカレーです。
カレーです。
カレー
カレー
です。
です。And so we have ka, right? We have ka. And then there's that extended vowel again. So kare. There's the wa thing using the ha, right? With the context. Right?
これはカレーです。
これはカレーです。This is curry. Yes.
ラーメンとカレー、
ラーメンとカレー。
カレ
Yeah, still has, yeah, this ramen is oof. And then do is I just don't think I have the character. This might be hirakana. And then even this. So most of these we haven't even learned the characters yet. This is ramen. これはラーメンです。
これはご飯です。
これはご飯です。
です。
Gohan looks like, oh, we don't have go yet, but it looks like go is a modify of ko. So ko and go are related, which easy enough. And there's the ha, but wa, when it's like this, we'll find out when that happens. Oops. Oh, I picked kare. I meant kore. Whoops.
ラーメンは美味しいです。
ラーメンは美味しいです。ラーメンは So tasty ramen. Oh, no. ラーメンは美味しいです。Ramen is tasty. Curry is tasty. So there's the wa thing. Still haven't an explainer for the wa thing yet, so kare wa
おいしい
美味しいです。 What is oishi? Oishi. Okay, oishi still checks out.
お茶は美味しいです。
Ocha wa ocha. Oh, there's the
Ocha.
ocha. Ocha wa oshi desu. Yeah, you still can't cluster them
Oishi.
together. Just like most people said about kana. Kana versus like kanji. Okay. Green tea is tasty. This is tasty curry.
これは
これは
美味しい
美味しいカレー。
カレー。
Or the other way around. Wait. Yeah, another correct answer is これはこれこれは right? So that's still first. おいしい wait. Oh, this. Oh, interesting. So they were able to accept this or no this. That's interesting. So I would have gotten yelled at for this before. Yeah, so they just added this to the end.
カレーは美味しいです。
Yeah, I should remember to add that, I suppose. I'm curious why they accept that response too. これはおいしいです。This is tasty curry. Or no. I'm getting kare a little bit mixed up with kore when I'm just listening to it. This is tasty rice.
これ
これ
は
はおいしい
美味しい
おいしいご飯です。
です。
これはご飯です。
これはご飯です。これはこ
れはご飯です。ピザ
That was the fourth item. Pizza. E looks weird and oh my gosh. I don't want to remember P like that, but I was asking for trouble. I'm telling you, P is asking for trouble. Sorry, kids. Za is like a mirror image say with two strokes at the corner. I don't think it looks like anything else.
ピザ
Pizza. Pizza kudasai. I mean, pizza please. So, pizza
ピザ
kudasai. Ooh. Da looks like, again, ta with two slashes. Sa and E, we know.
おいしいピザ
Oishi pizza.
おいしい
Pizza.
ピザ
Tasty cake. This is where I do the weird thing? Oh no, I don't. It's only when I'm trying to say that it is tasty. 美味しい
美味しい
ケーキ
ケーキ
And this key is different too. This key is like kind of lopped off. So I'm kind of curious what this is. And then this is the hold from K. And I have K, but this is different too. Like K key in general probably is completely borrowed or something. But yeah, all of this is done different. Okay.
これはピザです。
これはピザです。
これはピザ
ピザ
です。
おいしいケーキ。
美味しいケーキ。tasty cake。
それはラーメンです。
それは、それは
は
ラーメンです。
ラーメンです。それはケーキです。
それはケーキです。That is cake.
それは
Yeah, that's still using that. Okay.
それは美味しいです。
それは
美味しい
で。
です。
So close. So close. I just need day and re. Are you telling me re is just re is wa in the other direction? Huh. Like the other wa. Isn't that kore to
こ
sore?
れと
Oops.
これとそれ
I like this phrase. This phrase is wonderful.
それは美味しいです。
それは美味しいです。That is tasty. This is pizza. これはpizza. Pizza.
ピザ
Pizza. Oh, des. Don't forget to add des. Right.
これはケーキです。
これはケーキです。Is cake. This is Tasty Cake. Tasty Cake. It's a brand. Sorry. Tasty Cakes.
これ
これは美味しい。
美味しい
ケーキです。
ケーキ、寿司、
Not
寿
sushi.
司です
Stop. Pizza is tasty. Pizza は美
美
味しい。
味しい
Oh, heckin' days. Desu. I keep forgetting Desu. I don't. Gotta be trying to speed up a little.
Oishii desu ka?
Oishii desu ka?
desu ka?
Oh, we learned how to ask questions. Yeah, is this tasty?
いいえ、ケーキで
Or
す。
is it tasty? Because sore, kore and sore are things. Yeah. Yeah, it's cakey desu. It's cake. It's a piece of cake.
はい、お茶です。
I wonder if that means the same thing. Like, no, it's a piece of cake. Or yes, it's a piece of cake. I wonder if that translates.
はい、お茶です。
Hi,
はい、
ocha desu.
お茶
It's
です。
tea. Okay. Hi is fine. Sure, we'll definitely be able to see that. EA is pretty defined too.
はいカレーです
Hi with a comma. Huh, I'm kind of curious when you put commas. Usually it's just oink. Right, maybe for interjections or something. はいはいカレーです。
はい、これはラーメンです。
はい
はい、
ラーメン
ラーメン
です。
です。
Oh, did I skip a word? Oh, I just skipped これは。Whoops.
いいえ、カレーです。
いいえ、カレーです。いいえ。No. What? Okay. No. It's curry.
いいえ、それはカレーです。
いい
いい
え。
え、カレー、
No.
カレー、いいえ、それはカレーです。
それは。
それ
それ
は
は
カレ
カレ
ー
ーです。
です。はい、これは美味しいです。
はい。これは美味しいです。Getting comfortable here. Yes, this is curry. Or tasty curry. No, this is tasty. Where did I get これ
はい、これはご飯です。
はい。
はい、
これは、こ
こ
れ
れは
はご飯です。
です。
いいえ、これはラーメンです。
いいえ。I don't even think that
いい
guy
え。
wrote it that way. いいえ。これはラーメンです。いいえ。This is ramen. Is it tasty? Is it though? おいしい。
おいしい
ですか？
ですか
That ramen? Ramen です
ラーメ
か？
ンですか
Oh, is that? Oh, you buttheads. You buttheads. Okay. いいえ。それは水が、oh no. ですか? What? Oh no, you butthead. It's not a question. Oh no. I'm being complacent. I need to stop doing that. Alright, well, let's actually look now. Dang. Alright. No more. Let's be more vigilant. At one heart. Okay, let's be a little bit more vigilant. Is it curry? カレーですか？ラーメンですか？ I'm not reading the entire prompt. I'm so annoyed that I'm not reading the entire prompt. I'm skipping because of simplification. Ooh. All right, let's go get us another heart. All right. Luckily, we can always practice.
優しい人、
優しいと
優しい、
の優しい人。No, no he's. And it looks like do is that symbol, same symbol as the do in most things. Like the ands. Nice person.
優しい学生、
優し
優しい学生、
優しい人です。
優しい人です。He's a nice person.
かっこいい弁護士と優しい医者。
かっこいい。
かっこいい。
弁護士 I still don't have two of the kanas.
弁護士
士と優しい医者
医者。か
What'd
っ
you
こ
say?
いい弁護士と優しい医者。
Yeah,医者。Don't have these. Well, sort of. One of them.
弁護士。
弁護士
先生と
弁護士
学生。先生。
say,
学生。
oh,
学生と学生。先生と学生。
学生です。
学生です。Student.
先生と弁護士。先生と弁護士。
優しい先生です。
Nice. Oh, wait. He's a nice teacher.
優しい医者です。
優
優しい
人です。
優しい医者です。
Oh,
人です。医者です。
Nice student. Wait, she's a nice student.
弁護士
whoops.
弁護優
優
しい学生です。
Oh yeah, かっこいい。I mean, technically, I know all those kana, all that kana. I'm guessing this is kind of more like a diphthong thing or something. I don't know. Like a combo? Maybe this is a combo. It's a combo of tsu and ko. Hmm. かっこいい人
人
です。
です。
優しい医者、優しい医者、優しい先生。
優しい医者。優しい先生。
Cool teacher.
かっこい
かっこ
い
いい先
先
生。
生。
Implied. He's a doctor.
医者で。
ですす。He's nice. 優しい
優しいで。
ですす。Hooray! We gotta practice
かっ
again.
こいい弁護士と優しい医者。
We'll keep it to 2 hearts and be a little bit more vigilant. かっこいい弁護士と優しい医者。Okay. 弁護士と優しい医者。
優しい学生です。
優しい
優しい。優しい学生です。
学生です。
学生
学生です。
です。
優しい人。
優しい人。what? A nice person.
人
I need he. He and do. I need hito. Man. And day. I need day, man.
優しい医者です
And ya. 優
優
しい。
しい
What?
優しい医者です
医者です。
医者
Yes.
です
Huh. I have a feeling I won't learn sha in for a while, because that kind of strikes me as a combo character. So it'll be a bit before we get to combos, I suppose.
かっこいい医者です
Akoi sha desu. That's kind
か
of
っこ
funny
いい
though.
医者
Three E's. Akoi sha desu. Oh, cool. Doctor. Oh, just kidding. This. She. Cool doctor.
人
Don't. Actually, they will accept no pronouns. So if you put in a cool doctor, I think they will accept it as well. Cool.
人
かっこいい弁護士です。
Kakoi bengoshi desu. Like, for example, let's just try this out, right? If you say a cool doctor, a cool lawyer, they'll still accept it. Yeah. Another one would be, she's a cool lawyer. Because she or he could be a cool lawyer.
優しい人です
But no context. No context of the person.
優しい人です
Yasashi
優しい
Hito? Are you looking
優
for a
しい
person?
人です
Feel this.
です
かっこいい先生です
Kakoi sensei. I mean, a cool teacher. You could say she's a cool teacher. It's fine.
かっこいい人
Kakoi
か
hito.
人
No this. Interesting. Yasashi
優しい
this.
です。
優しい先生です優しい先生
this.
です
Oh. Yeah. Right. Just normal. Just the kana that we know. Sen. Sein. Sein. Sei. Sensei. Kakoi desu.
かっこいいです。
Yasashi
やす
desu.
です。
Bengoshi.
弁護士、
Isha.
医者、
Isha desu.
医者です
Alright. Alright. We got 2 hearts. We're good. Alright. Let's try to complete this unit. I really want to get to more units. And then... I'm guessing you have to... Holy! You don't even get to section 2 after... Ooh. At the rate we're going, it's gonna take a while before we start hitting, like... articles and whatnot. Something that isn't just foundational semantics. Slow and steady though. No hurry. Okay.
いいえケーキです
Yeah, cake
ケー
です。
キです
Cake. Or no, it's cake. Yes, it's tasty. はい。
はい、
はい. I'm not falling for the this and that this time, alright? Gotta be a little bit more vigilant. In English, I barely use it in that way too. This, that, and it's not descript enough. And it's passive voice. I actually, this is revealing that I have a deficiency in using the passive voice. And it's kind of like the same thing as I'm criticizing myself for the same thing, where I barely use the passive voice because professionally, you don't really want to use the passive voice too much. But because I don't, I'm too loose with it and keep forgetting that there's a difference between it's tasty, that's tasty, and this is tasty. Or this. Yeah, this is tasty. I rarely use that type of passive voice. So this is a, what you call it? It's an adjective, right? Because of the helping verb is. Hi. Oishii desu.
おいしいです。
いいえ、水です。
いいえ、
いいえ、
mitsu desu. Yeah. Mitsu is gonna be, zu. Zu is gonna be,
水、
mitsu. Zu is gonna be not too bad because it's su and zu. Su and zu. I like it. I like it.
です。
This.
はい、
お茶です。
お茶です。
はい、ケーキです。
はい、
はい、
ケーキです。
ケーキ、ケーキです。です。
Stop. Yeah, and these things are gonna be a while too.
はい、おいしいです。
Hi, oishii desu. Yes, it's tasty. Oh, I'm looking for that soda okore. Hey, Suchi. Good morning. Konnichiwa. Yeah.
いいえ、
Yeah. You have to be moody every time she comes up. Like, yeah. Keiki. Yes.
それはラーメンですか？
それはラーメンです
です。
か？
か。
Was that a question?
それはラーメンですか？
Yep.
ピザですか？
Pizza desu ka? I see you. Is it pizza?
いいえ、それはピザです。いいえ、
pizza
ピ
desu.
ザ
No,
ピザ。
それは I heard you. I heard you.
それは
それは
ピザ
pizza desu.
です。
I
い
heard
い
you.
え、それはピザです。
I'm omitting heckin' passive voice.
おいしいですか？
Kore? What about kore? Oh, you mean this? I don't know. What you mean by kore with a question mark? Oh, something about this, that, and it's, yeah. We're doing this, that, it's right now with items, with food items. So right now, what are the food items in the bank? Mitsu, sushi, ocha, gohan, pizza, pizza, keiki, kare. I'm missing one, but it'll come back to me at some point. And then we're saying this and that. So yeah, keiki, right? And then we're saying like this is, that is, or it's with this, right? This, and then we're saying hai, ie, right? So hai, それは寿司です. Something like that. Oishi desu ka? Is it though? Is it? Is it tasty? I mean, my chili is pretty tasty. Is chili a borrowed word? So it's like chiri. Is it like chiri? I'm gonna say like chiri desu ka? I meant oishi. Oishi chiri desu ka? I'm sure chiri is a different word. Curious if it's a cognate. I haven't learned any katakana, so I have no idea. As well. No borrowed sounds either. So I just converted the L to an R. Because I know ri. I know the hiragana for ri. So just changed it at chi, right? Chi is chiri. Something like that. Oh, the chi is different. Chiri. Oh, okay. What does that stand for? Is that a stand-in for chili? I'm eating chili right now, so I'm improvising. I haven't learned those things yet, just improvising. Oishi desu ka? Yes, this is ramen. Hi.
はい。これは
ramen.
ラーメン
Yes.
です
Oh, ramen is the other thing. Ramen is the fourth thing. Duolingo do vocabulary in fours. So there are 8 food items. And they're the very common ones. And I really like it because I would use all these words. It's not like sake. Like, if their first food item was sake, I'm like, for a Japanese person, maybe. Definitely not for an American. At least for myself, personally. I wouldn't immediately think sake would be where I would rush to. But we do have some classic ones, you know. Ocha is a good one. Hi. これはラーメンです. No question. Okay. Sure.
いいえ、それは水です。
いいえ、それは水です. Okay. No. That's water. Hey, Lotus. How's the study going? Pretty well. Pretty good. Got some deep cuts. I think we're gonna start every day now with a 1-hour discussion about learning and teaching. That's how it started. But yeah, Japanese, this part is going pretty well. It's kind of interesting that you use the word studying. Do you study Japanese? Like, so I know this sounds like a weird thing, but we're talking about language here. So I usually use the word learn instead of studying. Studying would often strikes me as someone who is trying to bootstrap through something. So like what I mean is they're repetitiously trying to encode memory. That's kind of how I feel about the word studying. And learning is you're actively discovering new things. So it's a combination of it. The studying is going pretty well because it's repetitious. The learning is the fun part. I absolutely love learning more hiragana each day. So I'm Right now we're averaging four kana, hirakana, a day, and we're averaging 4 words a day. So we're learning 4 hirakana a day, and we're learning 4 vocabulary words a day. And the studying's mixed because I like to wander and talk about stories and stuff, and it gets me caught with repetition. I think I study, learn, and practice. Oh, practice is another great word. That's another great word. Yeah, so practice involves strictly those things. I am learning that in Japanese. Yeah. I just got to the whole idea of learning to learn. So, yeah, things are going well. And obviously, just as a reminder, the only what I'm doing here is I'm trying to demonstrate to myself how to learn. And so it doesn't necessarily if my study goes well, that's fine. If my practice goes well, that's fine. But if I learn something new, that's great. And then how I learn that new thing is the thing I'm demonstrating. So even if I don't remember any kanji, as long as I had fun discovering the kanji or the katakana or the hiragana, that's fine. So today there's some fun words that we learned in the hiragana section. Like tare, right? Or tera? Is that temple? Is tera temple? We're trying to remember all the slight words that come up every once in a while, and they're only mentioned on the bottom of the screen, but I like those ones, the discovering the ones. There was a word for garden. Okay, yeah, tera, and then there's the kanji. Ooh, the kanji looks fancy. It actually looks like a temple. Of course, that's how it is, but yeah. And then the word for garden, I forgot. We got garden. Eventually, with enough repetition, I'll probably remember. But we didn't learn these formally in the vocabulary section yet. But they're not grouped. It comes up every once in a while. And then the words that I already know, right? Like ski, like the ski and suki, right? Those are the common ones. And then hama, kami. Occasionally, whenever ski is moon, and ski is I know it as love or some sort of affection, and then kami is God. That's the only context I know how to use kami at the moment. And then yeah, whenever they come up, it's a lot of fun. So doing hiragana and just randomly coming across words that sound familiar is great. Oh, the word for, was it sora is sky, of course. Sora, right? Sora, we knew that before because Sora is the name of the main character of Kingdom Hearts, but Sora, yeah, the sky. There's like 2 garden words. Park, Ko. Okay, let's see. Koue. Koue. Okay, so Koue. Oh wait, is that connected to that? Koue. I have no idea what that symbol is, and those 2 are probably kanji. And then yard is, oh, that's an equal sign. Okay, so kouen, kouen, ouen, owen. equals, that's the kanji. I get it. So park is Owen. And then a yard is ni wa, just niwa. Oh wait, niwa. Oh no, is that adding kanji at the end, or is that an equal sign? I have no kanji or katakana yet, but I can tell you all the hirakanas that I can see. So much fun. That's my favorite part so far. Exactly. I'll leave off the kanji. Sorry, probably more confusing. No, I like it. It's something to look forward to. I don't plan on probably Lotus. I don't plan on picking up a lot of kanji. However, I will learn a lot of kanji from other people. I prefer to learn the more complex stuff or like the heavy, passionate stuff from other people when I have found foundation to learn it. So once I learn all the kana, I will have other people tell me what the kanji is. So in the future, if I know kana, someone can share with me what the kanji is, because kanji is a compression of kana, right? So in the future, I don't plan on actively studying kana, but I want to learn kanji, sorry. I want to practice kana eventually, right? So right now I'm studying kana and I want to practice it. And once I understand that, I want to learn kanji from other people as opposed to learning kanji myself. I don't really have a motivation. Kamikaze. Oh wait. Oh no, I don't have ze yet. Sorry. I have Kamishiro though. Kamishiro. I can do... Wait. Do I have roll? No, I don't have roll yet either. No, I don't have those yet. I have ka, mi, shi, and that's it. No zeo rolls at the moment. Not yet. I have ri and ra. I don't even have re. Anyways. It's gonna be the future. I'm looking forward to people telling me what a kanji is, like what a way to simplify my kana. That's what I'm saving for the future. I don't plan on probably studying it at all, or I mean I don't plan on actively learning it myself and then going to study and practice it. Phone has similar sounds too. Oh, I see. Wait, phone? What is phone? Or do you mean phonemes? Whoa. I need help with that one. Is that tasty? Is that tasty? Oishii desu ka?
ですか
Is that... Oh no, I lost my attention span. I forgot that again. Okay. Shh. You're distracted. Is this... Okay, I'm not falling for this again. Is this sushi? Alright. Kore wa sushi desu ka?
か
Heck you. Sorry, I'm just... It's not the Japanese part, it's the English part. I just don't use this, that, and it's too often. It's too passive. Like, for example, is that tasty? I just don't, like... Like I would say something like with it, I would say, does it taste good? Or does it does it taste good, probably, as opposed to is that tasty? Or I would even replace it Does sushi taste good? Something like that. Oh yeah, Dianhua. That's right, Dianhua. And Dianhua. Yeah, Dianhua. Oh, I don't know the Korean one. Yong... Yonghwa? Yonghwa? Man, I have no idea about Korean pronunciation, but that's cool. Yeah, whenever I hear Dianhua, Dianhua in Japanese, I usually think of Dianhua, and in Fujianese is Dianhua. It might sound the same, but they're really different. Dianhua does not come out with the same as Mandarin, but yeah. Or what I mean is, it could be mistaken for something. Dianhua is the Fujianese tonality, or Dianhua. I think that's how it goes. My Mandarin sucks, so well, Mandarin is next. We're gonna stagger Japanese with Mandarin once we get through like hiragana and start building vocabulary. Start learning vocabulary with hiragana and katakana. Then we're gonna start Mandarin, and then we're not gonna look back, and we're gonna go to Spanish, which Spanish is technically my second language, like second learned language. All the verb conjugations. I'm curious how Duolingo is gonna do all the verbiage conjugations. Okay, is that tasty? So, I see you. This is the previous mistake. それは美味しい
おいしい
ですか?
ですか?
Yeah, you better be happy. Oh my gosh. You know what? We're gonna practice for a extra heart. じゃあね.
じゃあね.
じゃあね. Yeah, we have no combos yet either. No comboing or like multi-character stuff. じゃあね. We got あね though. あね. じゃあね. I tried spelling konnichiwa, which works. Now I have all these hiraganas. I don't have da, but da is like ta with 2 lines, so that's fine. Kudasai.
じゃあね
Ja, ne? She sounds so happy to say goodbye. Sa? Sa? I have no idea what the second character is. Na? Ra. Oh, sayonara. Yeah, sayonara. I'm guessing that's yo. That second character is yo. I don't have yo yet, but sayonara. Fair enough. Fair enough. And Jane is the first phrase. Yeah, Jane, we got this verse. And they went with konnichiwa instead of Ohio, right? Ohio first.
ケンさん、また明日。
Ken-san.
ケン、
Ken-san. Mata
また
ashita.
明日。
Oh yeah, and they have mata ashita, which I can spell now too, which is see you tomorrow. Yeah. Mata ashita. Mata ashita. Alright. Actually, we can say all of this stuff, which is typically now how when I end the section. Yeah, more practical words. Yeah, I like it. I like what they're doing, because this part is just foundational work. So to talk about language things, when you're trying to introduce someone, it's kind of like do you play a musical instrument, Suchi? So it's kind of like the best way I can describe it is to balance the adult and the young person's motivations, to encourage them psychologically to want to learn a language. It's kind of like other things where you have foundational work, and then you have abstraction stuff. So I like that Duolingo allows you to do them in parallel, but I would like Duolingo to encourage the hiragana a little bit more, like equal weight. So when you learn words early without the context of the parts, it gives you a sense of like immersion, right? A sense of sentimentalism. So when you teach someone how to play a musical instrument, for example, like a guitar, you can work on individual finger dexterity, like single note picking, but at the same time, teach them chords. Chords are made of smaller parts, right? So that's what you get it. Yeah. So you combine both of them. You when you get someone to play a guitar or say like a violin piece, you can use open strings to develop like a sense of harmony or a complementing chord progression for a violin so that you can get started. Like you start doing that, but at the same time, then you break it up into the technical stuff. So I do like how Duolingo has this back and forth, and it keeps the motivation going while at the same time voluntarily offering you the technicalities. But I kind of want them to push a little bit harder equally. So like push the hiragana. So hiragana is only pushed once, which is like the third unit, or like in unit 1, the third section, they tell you that there's a character section. But I really love the character section. Just it doesn't come up anymore. So for me, I'm doing it back and forth, and it's wonderful. So then whenever you learn this section, you're also plugging in the hiragana at the same time. And then while you're in the hiragana section, or like the pronunciation section, you start thinking about the romaji, and that's kind of the idea. So I really enjoy that, going back and forth. So now I can form associations. So in case I forget one, I know the other. And if I know the other, I also, like if I forget either one, I need to have 2 points of failure to forget something. And that's I feel should it be emphasized a lot stronger, right? Although the way Duolingo has it, the kana is always highlighted, like it's like brighter. That is to me probably a way to offset people's bias. So to me, visually, I see something that's lit more than something else, and it's always the kana, which is fair because they're taking into the feedback criticisms that a lot of people become heavily reliant on the romaji. So true, intrinsic motivation is super important. Finally being able to speak to others is super rewarding. Indeed. I think even more rewarding now, since I can't speak to other people. When people type in kana and all I can say is I know these characters and I can sound these characters out, that's already rewarding enough. Like I legit can read all the kana that I know so far. So all the learned kana that I have, I can speak and read those. And that's just fun. And just saying I don't know the others yet is my favorite part about learning. Specifically, learning is dealing with new stuff being absorbed, right? And then Duolingo is doing the practicing and the studying for me. I'm not creating these routines to repetitiously repeat, study, and practice what I've already learned. So that's kind of the nice part about Duolingo. You get to repetitiously do things without designing it yourself. You haven't played any instruments in ages, Suchi? Huh. You know what's funny? Your first syllable in your username, it's probably the most common English oral and oral issue with that syllable, and I'm still doing my old habit. It's like tu chi no i seki. So Uchino Kiseki? Kiseki. Yeah. Uchino Kiseki. And it's funny. Yeah, it's like yeah, it's like tsunami. Yeah. It's hilarious, but yeah. So I've often just simplified it because I don't want to spit my food out, kind of thing, right? But we're getting there. We're getting there.
ケンさん、また明日。
また明日。Okay. Kenさん、
こんにちは、ケンです。
こんにちは、Ken です。He's such. Oh yeah, yeah. That's how it goes. Yep. Yep. You add the extra end. Yeah.
こんばんは。こん
Konbawa.
ばんは。
So konbawa is another one. Can I spell this now? I don't have ba, but ba is related to ha and wa in this context. And I don't know ha and wa's usage yet. So I know that I see it. So in the vocabulary section, I know that I see ha and wa ascribed to the kana, but I haven't learned the context yet. And then ba looks like ha/wa with 2 strokes. I usually do the stroke section, like when I'm writing section, when I'm doing hirakana. Oh, okay. Ba equals wa with. Oh, okay. More on that later.
こんにちは、花です。
こんにちは、Hana desu.
Naomi さん、また明日。
Naomi. Oh, hey. I can spell Naomi now. Naomi. Wait, did you say Naomi?
ナオミさん、また明日。
Naomi-san.
また明日。
All of it. I can finally write and read all of this. It's so great.
こんばんは、ナオミです。
Konbanwa. Yeah.
こんばんは。
Naomi desu. And des is te with
Des.
two little strokes, which I haven't gotten de yet. Matashita is also a thing? That question was really funny because Hana also means flower. Yep. I was half paying attention. I suddenly heard, "Hello, I'm a flower." Yeah. Yeah, Hana, Yuki, right? Yuki. Occasionally I'm like, oh wait, Yuki, snow, right? I'm like, wait a minute, is it snow? I mean, so yeah, classic names, right? I mean, I can only imagine what it's like when you're watching Dragon Ball Z and you go with Goku and Gohan. Anime do be funny that way. Thank you, anime. Especially what's his name? Akira Toyo Yama? I don't remember his name. His surname. The Dragon Ball Z guy, or Dragon Ball artist, mangaka. See ya tomorrow. What do you mean, see ya tomorrow? Oh, are you leaving? Are you going off now? Oh. Mata ashita. Yeah? No, like, are you actually leaving? If so, take care. I still haven't known how to say take care yet, but eventually. Or we can do a fun exercise I do. Here's something I do for fun, and I really enjoy doing this for fun. So, yeah, take care, right? Take care. But what if you just apply a Japanese way of saying it? So you're just gonna say take ta or take, right? Take ka. Just swap it to kare. So take kare. just I've been doing this for fun as an exercise on really getting like, so I've been interested in voice acting for a while now, right? Or doing voice acting just for fun because I play a lot of video games that have a lot of text, right? Yeah, I know. I know it's another way to say goodbye. Jane. We just went over that. It's in this section. But mata ashita is, yeah, also that. Now I'm taking English words and I'm like deliberately applying romaji in a way of kana. And what I'm doing is I'm making it so that if I had to like make a funny character who speaks a certain way, I would do it in. Yeah, no, I know. We just went over that. This is literally the unit. Suchi. Listen. This is literally the unit. Like, oops, wait. Yeah, this is the unit for it. Konbanwa, Naomi desu. Like, I know all these words, so because we have to do these words. Yeah. Good evening. I'm Naomi.
また明日
Mata
また
ashita.
明日
花さん、じゃあね。
Hana-san, ja ne. Bye, Hana. Good evening. I'm Ken.
こんばんは。
Konbanwa.
ケン
Ken desu.
です。
Actually,
ケンです。
no, there's a.
ケン。こんばんは。
It's actually it's probably
Ken. こ
either
んばん
or.
は。ケンです。
Konnichiwa. It could be either here too, probably.
花
Hana
で
this.
す。
こんにちは。
Wait, you just said that.
花です。
Well, she didn't say that. There are different speakers, which I like. Duolingo uses different speakers, which is fantastic. Matashita. Oh,
また明
you could technically.
日。ま
Okay,
た花
I'll just do it this way. You can reverse it. You could say Hana-san Matashita. They accept both. Much like English. In this case, you can be flexible. In that. I'm not even sure if. What is your preferred way of saying this? Do you say Hana, see you tomorrow? Or see you tomorrow, Hana? Ja ne.
じゃあね。
Oh,
じゃあね。
we could do
ケン
Ken-san.
さん。じ
Ja
ゃあ
ne.
ね。
Naomi
ナ
just.
オミです。
Hooray! Okay, we got our second heart, so now we can do this. The challenge.
これはご飯です。
これは
これ はご飯
です。
です。
This is rice. Is that tasty? Well, is it? Oshi desu ka? Oh, wait. Wait.
おいしい
I see you. I see you. それは美味しいですか？それは美味しいですか？
はい、これはラーメンです。
はい、
はい、
ラーメンです。
ラーメンです。はい、これはラーメンです。です。これ
これはラーメンです。Is this ramen? これはラーメンですか？
ですか
いえ。それは水です。
水です。
Is that ramen? I see you. So, それはラーメンですか？ Oops.
お茶で
ですすか？
か。
これはケーキです。
これはケーキです。This is cake.
カレーは美味しいです。
This is cake. I can't wait to say this is a piece of cake.
カレーは美味しいです。カレーは美味しいです。カレー美味しいです。
I'm curious. When you say this is a piece of cake in Japanese, does it have the same meaning? Like idiom meaning? Do people say this is a piece of cake? Like, does it carry the same meaning? Has Americanization reached that level? Oh, you're not sure on person's name before or after? Yeah, Matashita. You haven't? Okay. Lotus. That's good to know. Because I'm kind of curious. Lotus, these are the important questions about eventually becoming multilingual. These are the most important questions. Can you say all your eggs in one basket and have it translate? These are the questions. Okay.
カレーは美味しいです。
Kare. Oh, wait.
カレー美味しい。
That does make
This.
sense. It's wait.
カレーは美味しいです。
Oh no, that is it. Kare
カレーは美味しいです。
wa
美味しい
oishi
です。
curry is tasty. Right.
これは美味しいケーキで
It might
す。
be a thing. They have a whole grammar system for similes and idioms. Oh, they do. I can't wait for people to shine a light on it. これは美味しいケーキです。これは美味しいケーキです。This is tasty cake. Not to be confused with tasty cakes. Confusing, huh? This is, I guess you would put in, this is a tasty cake, but that would be implied. That would be implied in Japanese. This is a tasty cake. That totally totally would throw someone for a loop. In the United States, this is a tasty cake. And in order, I feel this would be a fun thing to talk about. So, like tasty cake. So, tasty cake is often said that way, tasty cake, instead of tasty cake. So, I don't know if that sounded different, but in my opinion, English has become way more tonal lately. Way more tonal because of usage. So, when you say tasty cake, so tasty cake, right? Tasty cake instead of tasty cake, where like the way the syllables are emphasized, you can kind of gather if they're referring to tasty cake or tasty cake. And I'm deliberately making it sound ambiguous is because tasty cake is a brand. And when I heard that is a tasty cake, because of the article A is implied, right, in Japanese. A lot of times you can use the article to apply like certain emphasis to if you're referring to like a brand item, like a proper noun, right? So like that's the tasty cake versus a tasty cake, right? And then you have tasty cake and a tasty cake. A tasty cake versus a tasty cake. Brands usually roll together faster. Brands usually roll together faster, like a Kleenex, instead of a, like, I don't know. Kleenex is a bad example. When a proper noun is a name, what's a good example of a proper noun that is a name? I mean, sorry, a proper noun that is also a word. I get emphasized a lot. I had a good example, and I just lost it. I'll think about it. General Mills? That's General Mills. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. I was gonna think like bazooka, but that's like a boomer thing. Bazooka bubblegum, like that's a bazooka. Like how do you know which bazooka you're referring to? It's like that's the bazooka. That's a bazooka. Or something like that. Bazooka is not a great example. It's kind of like a boomer thing. Oh, there's so many fun things in the future. All right. I have so many things to ask Japanese people.
カレーは美味しいです。
カレーは
美味しいです。
カレーは美味しいです。
美味しい。
美味しい。美味しいです。
です。カレーは美味しいです。
Okay, not a question.
それは美味しいですか？
それは美味しいですか？ Is that tasty? whenever I hear "is that tasty," my first inclination is what? Is what tasty? Is cake tasty? Is like using that, this, and it's is nondescript, and it's also always coupled with a helping verb, and so that's a passive phrase, and I don't use it very often. And that's just my bias because of being a native English speaker.
ケーキは美味しいです。
Which I understand. There are definitely trade-offs for constantly using the active voice versus the passive voice. Keiki wa oishii desu. Keiki wa oishii desu. Is cake tasty? Oh yeah, this is... Wait. Oh no. See, that now I'm... sorry, tasty... This is tasty cake. Wait, no, cake. No. Cake is tasty. I'm struggling more with the English wording than I am with the Japanese. I prefer to just say keiki wa oishii desu. Oishii desu. Oishii desu. Instead of trying to figure out, do I use tasty cake or... Hooray! Alright, let's do the challenge. I have enough gemmies. Let's go. Pizza.
Pizza.
Pizza. Pizza. Man. Pizza. Pizza. I get the za. I'm doing like I'm doing English emphasis constantly with pizza. Oh, and sometimes I do pizza. I feel like all their pronunciations of the Z is very pronounced. And it's kind of humorous because both Mandarin, like my parents, and English tend to have sawing in, like I don't say pizza. We say pizza with an S, but that would confuse it with pizza. What does pizza mean? Is pizza a word? But when it comes to like pizza, I just don't emphasize Z's very well. And my parents can't say Z's, they say G's. So it kind of gets closer to pizza, or it's more like ja, pizza, because they're terrible with Z sounds. It always comes out ja, like Jiao, Jang, Jiao and Jang, as opposed to Zhao and Zhang. Yes, it's cake. Hi.
Hi.
Sorry.
Hi.
Oh, right. Moody girl. Hi. Keiki desu. Pizza? Oh, okay. Jisho? Okay. Jisho? Okay, I'll keep that in mind. You can type in Romaji? Okay. Yeah, I don't have a keyboard. I didn't download a plugin. But I think in the future what I'm gonna do is I think I'm gonna do that. I'm actually going to get an extension, right? Where I'm gonna do the classic go into Romaji and then trigger the kana. And then eventually, maybe with enough like learning and studying and practicing, I'll do the reverse and just enter the kana every once in a while. But for now, I can see myself deliberately, when I look up something, I will look up something by hitting the Romaji in my keyboard to generate the kana, and then using a database to look for that. So I'll deliberately add an extra step just so that I get to do some fun stuff. Some like extra stuff that I don't normally do. That's how you get immersed, right? Ochato. Oh, whoops. I saw green tea and I meant ramen to ocha. Iie.カレーです。
カレーです。
これはラーメン。
ラーメン。
Oh, this. I keep forgetting this. So, yes. They accept this without this. So, what about that? That last one, これはラーメン instead of これはラーメンです. How about that? Because this happens too, and they accept both, which was a surprise to me at first. But they really are looking for like this is pizza, right? This is これはpizza です as opposed to これは pizza. Oh, this is a polite way to say it is. Okay. Got it. Oh, and what about this phrase? You can just say da. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. I'm looking forward to being able to do that. What about this phrase? This and that. Does that mean the same thing as this and that in English? Like this and that? I always want to nod my head this and that when I do it. これとそれ. This and that, you know, here and there. Yes and no. Maybe. Yeah, it's pretty much the same meaning. Oh, interesting. I would definitely say this phrase. これとそれ. I like this one. これとそれ is a great phrase. This and that. This is water.
これは水。
水. You're so unenthusiastic. Oh, and I forgot des again, which is the polite way. Now I know. See, this is the fun stuff. いえ。これはラーメンです。これはラーメンです。
ラーメンです。
I don't even look for, like, nowadays it's just faster just to say all the things as opposed to like just not even looking at anything. I'm relying so much more on my hearing than anything. And it's tasty cake. So これはおいしいcakey. Now I gotta find it. So, これはおいしいケーキ。I can't spell keiki at all yet. Because this key is different. So it must be, no, I almost want to say this is a... There's something going on here. all these ones are okay. Something's going on here. Oh, and I forgot this again. Hi. You know what's funny? If you want to be polite, you're just putting extra work in. And that's kind of a decent way of being polite. Oh, it is? Okay. You know what? I really feel the English is met with the Japanese here. We taught I'm not sure if it was you, Lotus, but someone else, two other people and I were talking about. They're like, oh yeah, you know, there's not really a one-to-one between English and Japanese about being polite. But my first thought when someone said that is like, if you put more effort into your sentence, as in like you add more embellishment, that sentiment is still true in English. So like if you say you're going to like this, instead of saying you may or may not like this, one is politer than the other, and you're putting more effort into the sentence becomes longer. So like here you could say hi oishii desu, right? Or like kore wa oishii desu. Or you could just say kore wa oishii, right? But you add the des, which is an extra word, which extends the politeness. But in a way, it's kind of funny because you're also adding extra words and doing extra work. You're always putting extra work to feel polite and humbled. Totally, I feel like it's really interesting to learn what things change between cultures and what things are. Yeah, and finally, more effort being more polite is a cool one. Yeah, I love that. I love that it translates. It's obviously I'm only talking about English and Japanese. It will be really fun to see if it translates to other languages. Like if it keeps going, because I only know that this is an observation for Japanese and English. The sentences just get longer. They like more words, more things. Like there's just constantly more stuff in it. It gets to the point where if you're overly polite, it gets a little bothersome. Because you start saying like, oh, you know, I'm not really sure if you like this, but here you go. And then you have to say all of that in English just to preface, here you go, instead of just saying, here you go. And that's what I get when I hear like, what? Arigato gozaimashita? Or gozaimasu? I think gozaimashita is a regional colloquial, right? It's like it's more of a Kansai thing. Gozaimashita instead of gozaimasu. Gozaimasu. There's I can't wait to unpack that, but we're moving too far ahead. Slow and steady, but we're moving too far ahead. Okay. Hi, これは美味しいです。
美味しいです。
いいえ。それはカレーですか？
お茶ですか？
Oh wait. So how do you say this without being polite? So can you just say
です。
いいえ、それはこれか? Or do you have to put in ですか? This is totally not recommended, but now I'm just... Oh, that's a bit more complicated. That's fine. That's all I need to know. Oh, whoops. Did I... それはカレーです. Oh, whoops. That's not even a word. Whoops. I mean, sorry, that's not even a question. I literally wanted to... Shh. I'm not paying attention. Okay, I only have one heart. I gotta pay attention now. You can raise the tone at the end of the sentence like English. Oh, okay. Yeah. I do that already. So uptone. Yeah. I call it the uptone. And a lot of time uptone is a funny thing because when you're very young, right? I just did that. And you constantly don't want to end your ideas. You don't downtone, right? In English. So a lot of times people make that funny thing. And then. So a lot of times that makes it sound like a question, right? So in English, uptone is naturally the thing for, but wait, there's more. or do you have a question? So, sure is a question, but sure is not a question. And I naturally do that for ka at the end. So like here is a good example. それはラーメンですか? So, それはラーメンですか? As long as I keep, I'm not extending it too far and saying like ka, like a ka with, an extended vowel, and cut it short, but as long as it goes up fast enough, it kind of still reminds me every time a Japanese person like asks a question, I can hear the uptone, the slight uptone. Although in English, you trail off way more. You definitely trail off a lot more at the end. It's kind of one of the big distinctions between Japanese and English. Like if you get a Japanese person to speak English, a lot of times they don't trail off too much. So like it's not saying, is that ramen? Where it just like lingers. A good example is every time I end a sentence, there's a trail off, there's never a cut. And Japanese people, I like that sharp cut. It's always a sharp cut. Like instead of konnichiwa is konnichiwa. Just ko ni ko all the sounds are the same. And I mean all the same amount of duration. And when there is a long duration, you can hear the long duration. But in English, it's all over the place. It's if you really wanted to, you're not going to change anything by extending extra letters everywhere. Yeah. So it's great. Now I'm kind of curious how I hear it sometimes. So here's a fun part. I like it when Japanese people become playful though. When I'm listening to like Japanese voice acting and then they're kind of doing, you have like a Japanese English speaker, right? Like a multilingual person. You can kind of hear sometimes they're being playful, like they're speaking English, but with Japanese, but not like Japanese words. And I kind of really like that. We're like, so desu ka? Like eyes narrow, like so desu ka? Or like so ka? I don't know how cringy or interesting formal Japanese people speak. Like do they find that like kind of promiscuous or provocative? A lot of playfulness come from the na particle, which is a super cool thing. Okay, so the na particle, I see. I learned na like 2 days ago. Oh, so na. I'll have to keep that in mind. I'll keep that in mind. English, obviously, the nice thing about English is it's flexible enough that everyone has their own like random thing. Oh, sorry, nay. Sorry, nay. Sorry, nay. Sorry. Yeah, nay. I don't actually have na. Do I have na right now? No, I don't have na. I have ni. Ni is something like that. I have ni. I don't have na yet. At least I don't remember what the na is. I was still thinking of ka. それはラーメンですか? Okay. Ie. That. So, それは
それはは
pizza. 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 Pizza ですか? Oh, naka. What am I doing? I'm phrasing everything in questions now, deliberately. Is it curry? Is it curry? So, カレーですか? Cake is tasty. ケーキはおいしいです。Yes. Piece of cake. Asa. Wow, that character is interesting. Ma e. Okay. Asamashi mae. Asamashi mae before breakfast. Rakushi yo, because I remember your last thing. Yo u. Okay, yeah. Raksho show Raksho the victory. Oh. Anton. Simple, easy. For you. Ooh. You. It's a piece of cake, so oh my gosh. Shirei wa asamashimada maeda. Jeez. Holy. Okay. That's a lot. Yeah, I guess it's all context based. It does look like that. There are so many phrases. Interesting. We'll do some deep dives into all that stuff in the future. This is so way ahead. This is like 3 months ahead somewhere. 3 months down the road. But it's definitely something to look forward to. Is that tasty? Well,
それは
おいしい
おいしい
ですか? Oh, this is my favorite voice actor, by the way. She's such a mood. I kind of like the peppy little. I kind of like the bear, whoever's voicing the bear character too. But this one she's such a mood. Right? Yeah. それはカレーです。She's such a mood. Okay. Hooray! Do want to get to the next unit. Let's do some hiragana voice delay. Oh, you know what? Yeah, it's getting really late. It's been 4.5 hours. Okay, we'll save this for tomorrow. Holy. We'll do some hiragana for the end. Okay. Because I want to get more, I want to get 4 more characters. Or 4 more syllables. Or sounds. I'm just going to refer to them as kana. because there's too many English words in my opinion to describe what kana is. I'm just gonna say kana from now on. I want to get 4 more kana. I guess characters is the word. Oh, here it is. Here are the 4 characters. Okay, we got new. Oh my gosh, heckin' new. I'm guessing like. So new as in like noodle. All right, fine. Yeah, kana. Yeah. That's what most. I gathered that's what most people have used. Oh, I finally get he. Oh my gosh. Why? I meant he. Okay. Oh? Are you serious? So whole. Oh, I got a good story now. So when you have ma, right? When you have ma and the kid leaves the nest, this line becomes ha. But hey, if the kid comes home, it becomes ho. So this line right here grows up to be a longer line by leaving the house where ma is. You see? So ma, this line becomes this line. But hey, if this comes back home, you got ho. And I got another example. If the house becomes whole again. The way I remember ha and ma is I think of home. I'm basically making up my own kanji, so shut up, people. So when I think of home, I think of ma. And then when the kid leaves home, I think of is this on screen? Yeah, this one. I think of ha, right? But when they become whole again, we got oh. Okay, and then ru. Oh, ru is a fancy. Ru is a really weird. Oh, that's such an edgelord. Okay, I got an example of ru. So ru. Oh, you know what? You know what ru reminds me of? Capital Z. You know, if the line is here, the baseline is here. This is a capital Z in cursive. Anyways, but that doesn't help. We're not going to use capital Z. We're going to relate it to the other kana. So, what do I think about... hold up. So, ru is like an edgelord table. It's not the same as... whoops. It's not the same as... like in so, because they're like, yo, you know, we need a fancier table. So then you have ru, because you know, we're not so, we're ru. Duh. I just can't. So ru is a fancy so, but te is the OG. See, this is the OG table. No, I know. I haven't heard the audio yet. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna hear the audio and I'm gonna imitate the audio. Cause remember that for me, which I agree, romaji is an approximation. That's how you oftentimes think of phonetics. When you think of phonetics, you're thinking of approximation. So I will pretty, like, for example, I don't think ri and ra are re and ra. So I'm guessing if I click on this, but I'm making stories right now because Ru is a fancy, super fancy. Like, which table would you want? Personally, I kind of like my tables less fancy. This is a table with a laptop stand. So you gotta imagine this. So here's the table. Here's the tabletop. This is the leg. And then you have a laptop stand. Because you can imagine like this hinge, it like goes down and goes down. You see? You see? Can you picture it? I know this is in kanji, but I kid you not, when I think about writing in general, I actually treat them all as pictures. So I don't actually like is not like symbols. They're drawings. Like is drawings, like 4 different drawings. So it's kind of like the way I visualize kana. So you just gotta do what you gotta do. You know? In some way, new kinda reminds me of no, it's kind of like curlier. It kind of reminds me of a pretzel though. And then you have that little thing from here too. But the swoop is closed off. I don't know how I'm gonna relate new. We'll just listen to it now. Let's listen to the samples.
Nu,
Hi,
ho,
o,
ru,
ru. Oh, okay. Okay. Ru. Dune. Loop. Dune. Loop. Lu. Do. It's the combination of the two, which is you're tapping the roof of your mouth, which in English is very hard. Like, it's not as dexterous. When it says lightly, it really does mean lightly. So after a while, you have to do it a couple times. Like English taps hard. Like the average force, if you get anyone to tap the roof of the mouth, it comes off harder. Like it's a lot more solid. So you need to do it a couple times. Like ru ra ri. And then what's even worse is how I get the R roll. You know, the R roll in like Spanish. I do the same. The problem is sometimes I would tap twice. So that's a problem too. So ru, ra, ri. I'm trying very hard not to roll twice or more with the tap. It'll just come with some, you know, just pronounce it a bunch of times and hope for the best. So what do we have? It's the same thing about stars, the roof, right? It's like kitty, water. In North American English, that's hilarious. Yeah, instead of kitty and water. Kitty and water. Kitty and water. So ru. Okay, what do we got? Nu, I, ho, ru. We'll keep working on it. It's fine.
nu,
New, right? We got it. That was the stroke order that I would use.
nu,
New, right? Let's practice since this is gonna be our last exercise. K. K. How I remember K is I think of ha. Right? I think of ha, which is related to K. This is K. And when I associate it with romaji, I think of hake. And hake reminds me of hockey. Will it be close to room? Yes. Room is a good one. Unfortunately, I'm rolling the R more than once. Everything would be begins with K. Everything begins with K. And then ku. So ku, I'll never forget anymore because ku is forever related to ma. Because if I put in MAKU, there you go. I want. Well, really, the reason why I remember ku is it's associated with the other way around. Kuma. Right? Kuma, which is bear. And where do I get bear? Tekken. I think it would probably be in katakana, but I didn't learn katakana yet. So that's the whole point. So I didn't learn katakana yet. Hey, Victor. So I can say Maku, but if you say Kuma, it's bear, which is Tekken. And Tekken's bear character name is Kuma. But I usually think Kuma now this way. Right? So that's how I remember these characters. It happens instantaneously. It might seem like a long way around, but that's how I remember things. Okay. I have so many stories about all these characters. He. You know, he kind of looks like a potion bag. A cross-section of a potion bag. How can I make a story out of that? He. He looks like a familiar package. That's so good. Yeah. All right. Thanks. Thanks, Victor. Thanks, Victor. I'll have to steal that. That's good. He looks like a he looks like a familiar package. He has a good package. He has a good package. That's great.
He.
New, right? New.
Nu.
New just looks like a pretzel. We're just gonna stick with the pretzel for the time being. I really like it. I like how new is like the this curly bit. Oops. Oh, you know what? Wait. Oh no, I just had an idea. I was gonna convert it into something. You know what it looks like? No, maybe that's not what it looks like. Oh wait. If I widen this, maybe it's like 2 eyes, and then you do this, and it becomes a samurai hat. Ah! Sorry. Alright, that's fine. We're fine. I'm having a little too much fun here.
He.
Horseshoe. A heel. A heel. Ooh. Oh, I see what you mean. The horseshoe, but it's he, right? Oh, he. That might be a stretch. New is similar to another one you will learn later. Oh, okay, so I haven't gotten there yet. Yeah, that's probably what we're gonna rely on.
ひ ひ
E. Okay, and then this is to, to, and na. Oh wait, I do know na. Here's na. I lied. I do know na. There you go. Na. And then we were talking about ne earlier.
る
Ne. Ru, the edgy table. The heckin' edgy table. Edgy soul. This would make for a very edgy table.
る
No. Your advice is to get very familiar with new. I disagree, but that's okay. Oh, what? Oh. Wait. I don't think they suck. I actually like things that are really close together. So, that's a projection problem. I disagree. I actually like the subtle differences between things. It's actually, I talked about that for 30 minutes earlier today. About that, it really deals with your background. So a lot of times people draw contrast. They focus on contrast. When it comes to associations, you associate two things that are very similar. And when you associate things that are similar, you notice the finer details, the finer differences. But most people don't use associations. They actually do the opposite. They practice by finding differences. So when you focus on contrast and finding differences, you often don't associate and focus on finer differences. So this technique that I'm using is to ground all the associations. If you don't focus on associating them, you can't notice the finer changes between them. Most people focus on a technique of contrast and finding the differences. So they learn, in my opinion, they learn things in isolation. So to get familiar with new, right? New, which I just learned, right? I will couple it with something that also looks familiar to it. And because of them being coupled, I can differentiate the differences. It's counterintuitive, but generally speaking, that's how I do it. So when you say no, get used to something, not associate, it's legitimately doing the opposite for me. It's kind of like in the beginning, I talked about, have you ever played Spot the Difference games? Spot the Difference games. So oftentimes, in order to speed up on high diff, spot the different games, you have to start learning about associations. Because when you start focusing on associations, you start noticing the smaller changes. But if you're looking for, when you're tackling spot the difference games, easy difficulty is often looking for gross differences, as in big differences. So like if a ball's there, like if the ball's there in one picture and the ball is not there in one picture. If one hand is there, the other hand, the hand is not in the other picture. But instead now is the hand longer in one picture, like one of the fingers is longer than the other picture. You have to associate the hand first before you notice the length difference. So that's kind of what I'm associating. So I disagree with you, and I fundamentally do that on purpose. So whenever I'm spending most of my time early on associating writing and drawing, is because that's how I get to drawing stuff. And I don't think writing characters and seeing characters is, to me, any different from drawing. So whenever you go online and go on like a YouTube channel where someone writes 1, 2, 3, and they convert 1, 2, and 3 into pictures of something else, that's what I mean. So they can turn 3 into many related pictures. So 3 ends up becoming lots in different meaning. And that's what I mean. So when you're showing me this, like these, like all that stuff, when I get introduced to that stuff, I'm probably gonna make a story out of it, right? I'm gonna make these stories, and at least I'll be able to like that's what makes these different, right? Obviously I can't do it now because I don't even know. Yeah, so right. And also you need to develop the dexterity, right? The dexterity. So what I would probably do for this is I would deliberately look at the form and find what is same and then juxtapose it to what is different. As opposed to the other way around, look for what is different first, right? You could say that it still ends up, you don't really need to do this. You could say if you draw this, right? And then you do this, and you're gonna look for the differences. So you emphasize what is different. That's fair too. And then look for what is similar. But I look for what is similar first, then I practice what is similar, and then I add the differences back. It's more likely you're more consistent with the similar things than you are with the different things. In my opinion. It's the difference between building up or tearing down. So if you take the new, if you say new and I learn new right away, I'm at the top. This is the top. Instead of finding like te and then have te relate to so, right? This is building up. It's adding to this. So I want to associate things deliberately. And then I order them in a way that it's built up. At least I try to. There's a chance I'll struggle really hard, but it doesn't suck to me. It's actually the most interesting thing about people, or about like language, anything. The subtle differences is what we like about things, right? When we get to know things very well, it's the subtleties that are charming and not the differences. I don't know if it sucks for you guys though. It kind of sounds like you guys have a negative response to that. Like my advice is to get very familiar with new. I disagree that I have to get familiar with this, but I look forward to it. This is the edgy table. Edgy table is ru. So ru. This is ri. Yes, ri, ra, and tsu. E. He has a very good package. I think he really has a very good package. Ri, K. I mean, whoops, K. K because it's related to ha. K. So.
Nu.
Oh, hey, they put in ne. Na and mo. Mo na ne. Yeah, there's that funny interesting loop between ne and nu. It's kind of like if wa, right? My way wa, right? Which is the ballerina kicking a ball, and then you have ne, but if wa and ne just fought each other and smashed into each other, they fell over each other and got new. Okay.
Ho.
Ho. The household.
Ho.
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 Ho ho. Oh,
Ho.
okay. Oh, 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 I just realized I've been not adding the cross very stringently. Oh, ooh, which is a nose. Ru, ru,
Ru.
ru. Ra, ko. Oh, I did see another related. There are 2 or 3 more related things. This is this to me is related to e, and this is related to chi, ra and chi.
Ru.
Ru,
Ru.
ke, ri, so. Ho, ho,
Ho.
te. There's te, so. So te and so. And then mo. I didn't really come up with some great way for mo. This
Mo.
kind of looks like a hook with stitches. Oops. Oh, I didn't mean to click on it, but okay.
Hiru.
Hiru. Hi. Hiru. Hi.
Hi.
Uru.
Hiru.
Hiru. Interesting.
Ru.
Hiru. Hiru.
Hiru.
Hiru. Hiru. Daytime. Okay. Hiru.
Hi. Hi.
Hi. You. You. Ra. Su. Ru.
Ru.
Ho.
Ho.
Hi.
Hi.
Nu.
Nu.
Hi.
Ki.
Nu. Te. E. Ki.
Ho.
Ho. This is ra. Ko. N. Nu. Nu. Ho. You. I. Ru.
Inu.
Inu. Wait. Why do I know that phrase? Inu. Inu. Oh, dog. That's right. Of course. Inu. Inu. Of course. Well, now we can say Inu to neko? Dogs and or wait. How do you make plural things? Oh yeah. Yeah, that's right. Shiba Inu. That's right. Ba is it like medium dog or small dog? I don't know. Not yet. Well, I will brainstorm about Shiba. Shiba. This is getting really exciting. Ho.
Ho.
And then this is mo, te, so. Ah, I absolutely love this stuff. This stuff is so addicting. What's more? Katsu. Katsu. Katsu.
かつ
Katsu. Kari. Kari. Ski. Ski. Sorry. Ski. Ska.
チリ
Wait, did you just say chitty? We just talked about this earlier.
サリ
Oops, sorry.
チリ
Oh, Lotus, you might be able to tell me. What is chili? Is that a katakana as well? Or does it come out chiri? Because I've been eating chili for a while now. It is iri. Okay. But you do use katakana. Okay. Oh, yeah. And that's what Suchi said. It would be in katakana since it's a foreign word. Ah, I see. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So in agreement, both of you have the same response. Nice. Okay. And then we have Kiri, Kiri, Satsu, and Sari. Yumi.
ユミ
Yumi is such a pretty word. Next to Umi and Yume. Those are pretty words because I also know the meaning of those words. They're very pretty words. Sorry. Yuka.
ユカ
The only thing that I don't know what yuka, if that's a word or not, but I always remember yukata. The dress. The wear, the clothing wear. Yukata. And then chiyu.
チユ
Tsuchi.
土
Tsuchi, right? Because of the And then wari.
割り
Wari.
つゆ
I held wa too long. Wari. Wait, what'd you
つ
say?
ゆ
Suyu?
つゆ
Suyu. Okay, suyu.
つゆ
Suyu. Su.
Tsu.
To you.
You.
To you. I learned Yuka in a flashcard today. Oh, flooring lumber. Wait. Hold up. Sorry. Yuka, is that, or is it part of that? That kind of, is that kanji? Guessing that's kanji. Oh, rainy season. Tsuyu is rainy season. Interesting. Yuka just means floor. Oh, okay. Interesting. Recon.
Recon.
Sorry, I keep defaulting back to emphasizing the R. So recon. And then sakon. Yeah, sakon. Recon. Oh, I mean, recon, and then riken.
暑い
Did you just say tsui? Wait,
暑い
tsui. Okay. Tsui. Atsui. This is Oshiri. Otsuri. Yeah, Otsuri. And Atsuko. Ooh, these are getting fun now. We're getting like 3 characters. These are getting exciting. Oshiri means honorific butt. No, wait, are you serious? Wait. Can you clarify what honorific butt means? Like with 2 T's? Oshiri, what does that, how do you do honorific butt? What does that mean? Like, is it being polite but you're calling someone a butt? Oh. I got it. So you can put O to honor, put an honorific on a word, and shitty means butt. Oh my gosh, I'm never gonna forget that now. Guys, I can't unsee this anymore. Wait. Let me try to O she ri. I mean, that kind of looks like a butt. If you think about it, right? Like, let's just round this butt up. You see? Oh no, I'm gonna get flagged for this. You just round this butt up, and you're basically putting O. Wait. I think I screwed up O. Sorry. I put in nah. Sorry. I totally messed up O. O is why am I drawing a blank on O? Someone give me O right now. I don't want to think about it for too long. Can I find context clues for O? Is O this? No, that's ne. And this is wa. That's so. Oh, O is this. Oh. Yeah. Oh. 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 Okay. So let's think about this for a moment. Thanks. So let's say O, right? And then we had she, right? She and E. Oh, wait. I thought I was drawing. Yeah. So let's just round this up. And I'm not trying to draw E. E is I write E a little bit different than that. But we haven't practiced these things. But let's just round this butt up, right? So we just round this butt up. And then this guy is basically throwing money. This guy is basically throwing money at the butt. You see what I mean there? Honorific butt. Never forget, folks. Never forget. Although this kind of looks sus. It kind of looks like something else. So we're not going to go there. Right? Are we on the same page? I feel like we're on the same page now. So this guy is just very in a hurry to throw cash at the butt. It really, it's like you gotta squint a little, but this is the butt, and then that's the cash, and then we're good. I'll never forget it now. Thanks guys. I will forever credit you guys for the honorific butt. Now I'm gonna think about every time I see the word O in front of another word. There's gonna be so many stories. In fact, now it's gonna be really hard to forget what O is, because it's like pretty much solidified. Okay, let's go back. Rikin. Oh my gosh. I need it's tough. Rikin. Okay. Rikon. Kochira. And Irachi. And then Atsui.
Kayui.
Ayui. You. E. Kayui. Yeah, Kayui. Itchy. Kayui. Itchy. Interesting. Wait. Godzilla? Was there something referencing Godzilla just a while ago? Tsurai. Tsurai.
つらい
Tsurai. Okay. This is Chura. Oh, this is Surai. Surai. Shirai. Sorry. Shirai. Shichui. Shichui.
しつい
Shichui.
しつい
Shichui. Oh my gosh. Too many
Tsurai?
shas. So many shas. Okay. Churi.
つり
Churi. Churi.
つらい
Oh my gosh. These are gonna be rough.
こち
I'm
ら
looking forward to it. What'd you say? Kochira?
こちら
Kochira. Kochira. Shichira. Shichira. Osada. 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 Oh wait. Kasara. Kasara. Osada.
辛い
Karai. Kadai.
Ka.
Da. Wait. I'm a kada. Yeah, kada.
Da.
Kada.
I.
Kadai. Spicy. Okay. Karai. Karai.
辛い
Karai.
辛い
Oh, you know what? Karai kind of reminds me of another word. When I think of karai, I think of karage, fried chicken. Good luck. Enjoy dinner. Thanks for coming back. Ochida, not quite, but close. Ochida? Oh, the Godzilla thing. Oh, how do you say Godzilla? Ochida? Yeah, karai reminds me of kadage. Gojira. Oh, I get it. Gojira. Kochira. Oh, dude, that's... Oh, no. Do I remember Gojira earlier than others? Where... You know I'm gonna break that out at some point. I'm gonna try to shoehorn a discussion about Gojira and just... So that I could say... Gojira. Now I have a question about Godzilla. So when you watch, I watch a lot of the West and East Godzilla films, right? Both West and East versions. And then that stereotype about instead of saying Gojira, right? Gojira. They instead tried to say the Z, the Godzilla, right? What was the history behind that? Like Godzilla, where they really go for it, go for the L's, but it turns out or were they really trying to say? I feel like they were going for the Z's. They didn't go for the D though. The D was definitely not there. I'm just thinking of this one scene. Like, run! It's Godzilla! Just saying. Mirai. Midari. Acai. Acai? Yeah. Acai. I don't even know which came first, to be honest. Oh, that's a good question. Huh. Interesting. I'll have to dig into that. I really like Godzilla films. I'm a little what I mean is specifically a little biased towards the Japanese one. So, I haven't seen the latest one, which followed Shin Godzilla. So it's like Godzilla 0 or minus. I haven't seen that one yet. However, there were like 2 or 3 Hollywood ones that just came out with with Kong and stuff. So I think there was actually a more recent one. I kind of like going back and forth between East and West Godzilla. Let's see. Minus 0 was really good. Oh, it was? Nice. Yeah, my friends went to watch it. Oh, we watched Shin Godzilla together in an independent movie theater before. Yeah, I haven't watched Godzilla Minus 0 yet. Misai? Arai.
ゆりか
Yurika. This is Yuria. Wait, really? Yuria. Why does that kind of sounds Yuria? And then Arika, and Yushika, yeah. Yushika. Oh, I can't hear it. I just wanted to hear samples. But when they're not hard exercises, we'll be able to hear it as I train. I need more ear training with my enunciation. The one with King Kong looks like it will be not as good, maybe. Yeah. You kind of need a different mindset, right? Lotus. It's kind of the thing that makes watching. I love the East and West thing going on, and then the King Kong, and then the back and forth on King Kong and stuff, because you kind of like have different mindsets when you're going in, and kind of like the compare and contrast and all that stuff. I really like kaiju stuff, and I have a soft spot for kaiju. Although there hasn't been a lot of robot things, you know, robots and kaiju. Come on. Anyways, Yurari, Yurari. And then Atsui, Kayui, Mirari, Tsurai.
熱い
Wait, was that Atsui or
熱い
Atsui? Atsui. Hot. Now we got hot and spicy. Time for a quick refresh. Review some exercise you haven't seen in a while from Unit 1? Oh, that's nice. I really thought... Okay, so they actually added this. I was just making a comment like when you get past a certain amount, they don't review the old ones, but no, there is something. Aww. You will. So there is something in here. Yeah, sure. Let's do a quick review before... Oh. It takes you back here for target practice. Okay. Next time. I still haven't decided when I'm going to do the super thing. It's going to be a marathon. We're going to go hard to test out the super stuff, but I need to decide when. Oh, that's a good day's prompt. I really didn't think I was gonna spend so much time on Duolingo, but it's so much fun to talk about stuff. I basically only spent like an hour and a half. The rest is just discussing stuff, which is the idea. Japanese will come when it comes. Meanwhile, I'm still, you know, listening and playing. Yeah. Take care, Lotus. Thanks for hanging out, guys. I am gonna switch gears here. So what I can say is "ja right? "Ja mata ashita." Possibly. Maybe. I don't know how to say maybe, but "Ja Alright guys, that's a wrap for today. We did well. It was fun. That's all I could ask for. When you can make learning fun, it doesn't matter how long it takes. You can never reach the end, but as long as you have fun doing it. What is this guy? What is this person? What is this try-hard person? We're only in Silverly. What's up with this massive experience spamming? Good for you. Good for you. Amy J. Gertner. Good for you. I know for a fact this person like got most of their points from today. Good for you. The community seems to be doing well. Alright, that's a wrap. Thanks for hanging out, guys. Thanks for hanging out. Mata ashita. Okay. Gotta change some stuff. Don't want to debate anyone. Okay. Change it up.